Hi, everyone. Once again, we're just waiting for our commissioners to log on before we start the meeting.
Hi, everybody. I want to thank you for your patience. We're just waiting as the commissioners are logging in and getting their audio set up. Okay. Mr. Chair, it looks like you have all the four commissioners that are going to be here today. As I mentioned on the site visit, Christopher Bolton will not be joining today. He had a family emergency that he needed to attend to.
Okay, I apologize for being late. I was having a little trouble with the passcode. So everybody's here, all the commissioners. Okay, I'll call the regular meeting of the Planning Commission to order. So can we have roll call, please?
Yes, Commissioner Delves?
Here.
Commissioner Lehman?
Here.
Commissioner Locke,
Here.
Chair LePage.
Here. Okay, first item on our agenda tonight is the public appearances. So members of the public are entitled to speak on matters of municipal concern not on the agenda during the public appearances. Each person's comments shall be limited to 3 minutes, or as otherwise stated, matters that are not appearing on the agenda will not receive action at this meeting, but may be referred to staff for further action. Is there anyone here that would like to address the Planning Commission about any items which are not on our agenda tonight?
Chair, I don't see any hands going up. If you'd like to raise your hand, if you're joining us via Zoom on your computer, you can click on the reactions tab at the bottom and it'll give you the option to raise your hand. If you're just joining us on a phone, whether it's mobile or landline, *9 will allow you to raise your hand. And if you'd like to unmute yourself, bottom left-hand corner of your computer screen, there's a mute button. And on your phone, it would be *6 to unmute yourself. And killing time with that little ramble, Mr. Chair, I still don't see anybody that's unmuted
I
themselves
don't either.
or raise their hand.
Okay, so I'm assuming there's nobody who wants to address the Planning Commission on any items which are not on our agenda tonight. So the next item on our agenda is the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are routine in nature and do not require discussion or independent action. Members of the commission or the public may ask that any items be pulled for consideration by the commission or public comment. We have 4 items on the consent agenda tonight. We have the Planning Commission meetings of our July 14th, 2021 regular meeting. We have the Planning Commission meetings of the July 19th, 2021 special meeting. We have the Community and Planning Building monthly report for July 2021. And we have a use permit. It's UP 21197, the 4A use permit. It's consideration of a use permit for the establishment of a 3,183 square foot full line restaurants located at the northeast corner of San Carlos and Fifth Avenue in the Service Commercial District. This is in the Carmel Lodge, adjacent to the Carmel Lodge. So is there any members of the commission or the public that would like any of these items pulled? I see Commissioner Locke has her hand up.
I have to recuse myself from item number 4.
Right. Okay.
And because I live too close to that spot.
Okay.
And as far as the minutes of the special meeting, I was not there, but if you're accepting the minutes, I believe I can vote on that.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I would suggest that you take the consent agenda in 2 phases,
Right.
items 1, 2, and 3 with Commissioner Locke, and then she can recuse herself for number 4.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do. Is there anybody else from any of the other commissioners or anyone from the public wants any of the other items pulled or have any questions about these items? Okay, I don't see anyone. So the way we'll do this is we will I'd like a motion made for items number 1, 2, and 3. Can we have a motion for that?
Make a motion to
Mr.
approve.
Dells?
I move to approve the consent agenda items 1, 2, and 3.
I second that.
Okay. Can we have roll call, please?
Yes, Commissioner Delves,
Yes.
Commissioner Lehman,
Yes.
Chair LePage,
Yes.
and Commissioner Locke, but you were accused. Okay.
Not
No,
from this
Commissioner
item.
Locke.
On
I'm
this one,
sorry.
she can vote on this.
Yes,
Oh, I'm
Okay.
sorry, Commissioner Locke. Sorry.
it's item 4 I can't do.
Okay.
Okay, the motion is carried unanimously. Okay, so the next motion I would like to consider would
I move to approve.
go ahead, Commissioner Dells, make that motion.
I move to approve the consent agenda item number 4.
And Commissioner Lehman, would you like to second? The only-
Yes. I'm happy to
By default?
second it.
Oh, sure.
Yes. Yes, I second it.
Okay, Marge, do you want to do a roll call? I think Commissioner LePage is frozen.
Yes. Okay, Commissioner Delves,
Yes.
Commissioner Lehman,
Yes.
Chair LePage, you are frozen. At least he has a smile.
We'll give him 1 minute to rejoin here. I'm texting with him right now. There we go.
Sorry, I lost my connection.
It's okay, Mr. Chair, it was to you for the roll call vote on consent item number 4.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Okay, the next item on the agenda tonight will be the public hearings. And the first item on the public hearings is a coastal development permit. It's CDP 16-316. It's a North Dunes habitat restoration. This is consideration of a 5-year extension of the coastal development permit to continue implementation of the North Dunes Habitat Restoration Plan, including direct access and fencing, non-native plant removal and control, sand stabilization, plant propagation, installation, species management of protected areas. That's the tide storm lupin and the black legless lizard, signage, monitoring and reporting, and follow-up maintenance. Can we have the staff report?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Agnes Martellet. I'm the Environmental Compliance Manager with the Public Works Department. So I will be providing this presentation. Let me share my screen.
She has a nice background.
Let's see. And okay, so you can see my presentation.
Yes, we're good. Thanks, Agnes.
Okay. All right. So I will be providing an update on the project for North Dunes Habitat Restoration and requesting renewal of the CDP.
Because that's about
So a little bit of background on the North Dunes. They cover approximately 8 acres and are listed as an environmentally sensitive habitat area. It is the largest remaining dune habitat in Carmel. We have 5 different native habitats within the dunes. There's the dune strand, coastal scrub, coastal prairie, oak woodland, and pine forest. We also have 2 special status species within the North Dunes, the California legless lizard, which is a species of special concern, and the Tidestroom's lupin, which is listed as state and federally endangered. And over the years, the dunes have suffered from uncontrolled public access and impacts of non-native invasive species. So a bit of background on this project. The North Dunes Restoration Project was initiated in October 2016 under a 5-year CDP. The restoration activities follow the North Dunes and Del Mar Restoration Plan. And there are 2 types of goals. The biological goals include eliminating aggressive non-native species, restoring native dune scrub habitat, expanding the range of the Tidestroom's lupin, and expanding the quantity and quality of the habitat for the legless lizard. The recreation-related goals includes establishing a trail system to provide safe access to the North Dunes, while minimizing habitat impacts, providing interpretive signage to enhance visitor experience and knowledge of the dunes, and relocating the volleyball courts to reduce habitat impacts. So here's the project timeline for the last 5 years. In a nutshell, we've conducted weed removal, including acacia and annual weeds every year. We've also done native species propagation every year. In year 3 and year 5, we conducted cypress and pine tree removals. Most of the removals were done in year 3. There were just a few more that were done in year 5. We have installed quite a bit of cable fencing in most of these years too, and Tidestroom lupin propagation 3 out of the 5 years. We installed regulatory signage in year 4 and conducted pruning of the cypress trees that are in the drainage area in the southeast part of the dunes. And finally, we reconfigured the volleyball courts in year 2 of the project. So some numbers for the project over the past 5 years, we've Installed 3,700 feet of cable fencing, removed over 20,000 pounds of annual weeds, also over 140 cubic yards of ice plant. You can see those results in that photo, quite a bit of ice plant and weeds removed. That's not all of it, but that's the kind of removals that happen at the dunes. Also, we've planted over 5,800 native plant seedlings. The project team includes our project biologist, Joey Canepa, whom I think is in the audience today and is available for any biological questions. We have also city staff and contractors, and very importantly, we have many volunteers without whom this project could not happen. Volunteers include the Carmel-by-the-Sea Garden Club, the students from Me Earth and Bixler's Charter School, and the crews from the Pebble Ridge Vineyards. You can see in the photos on the right, the upper right-hand photo is the Pebble Ridge crew. The lower right-hand photo is the Carmel-by-the-Sea Garden Club, and then city staff on the left installing cable railing. So I presented a couple of years ago at the commission an update on the project. So here's the work that has been done since that last presentation. We removed 3 young cypress trees near the volleyball courts last year. We've installed regulatory signage. You can see the signage in the lower right-hand photo there. Has to do with keeping dogs on leash to protect the habitat areas. We installed 1,200 feet of guideline cable fencing. And despite COVID impacts on our project, volunteer and staff efforts have led to significant progress on our weed control. Here's a map of the project area and the work that has been completed over the last 5 years. And I think you can see my cursor here. I'll just orient you here on the right side of the map. Here you have San Antonio Avenue. At the bottom of the map is Del Mar, the end of Ocean Avenue. The left side here is the ocean, the beach and the ocean. And then the top part of the map, you can see in brown, the 4th Avenue boardwalk that connects 4th Avenue to the 4th Avenue stairway. So on the map, you can see in blue dotted line, the cable railing installations that have happened over the past 5 years. So we've done quite a bit of cable railing installation to protect habitat, a lot in the central part of the dune and also in the northern part of the dune. Also, you can see the areas where acacia was removed. That's called out mostly in the northern and then northwestern part of the dunes. The red dots are the cypress trees that were removed. The orange dots are the cypress trees that were removed this past year. So they're the latest removals. And then in the yellow dots in the northern part of the site are the pine trees that were removed. You can also see in orange sort of are the pedestrian paths that are delineated sort of by the habitat, by the cable railing. And finally, you can see the Teichstrom's lupin areas. In blue, you have the naturally occurring Teichstrom lupin. Our largest patch is in the northern part of the dunes near the 4th Avenue boardwalk. In green, you have potential areas for Teichstrom lupin expansion, and in red, some of the transplant areas. So here's some of the results from the monitoring that our biologist does. So the monitoring occurs every year. Joey does monitoring along transects that have been established and that are the same each year. We have, and the transects are done so that we can see how well we're doing against our native plant cover and non-native plant cover goals. So our goals are shown here on this graph. The native plant cover goal is in the green dotted line. It's at least 50% native plant cover. And our non-native plant cover goal is in beige, the beige dotted line, and that's less than 10% non-native plant cover. Those are the goals for the project. The blue bars show how much rainfall we received each year. And so in the green diamonds show where we are with our native plant covers each year. And you can see we've been doing really well since year 3. And ever since then, we have reached and exceeded our native plant cover goal. We're currently at 66% native plant cover. And in the beige circles, you see our non-native plant cover goals are more difficult to reach, especially during wet years. Those annual grasses tend to grow really well and make it difficult for us to reach the 10% goal. However, this past year, we had a dry winter, and so we were able to actually get our non-native plant covers covered to less than 10%, which is great. So we met both our native plant cover and non-native plant cover goals. Here's some photos that illustrate what it looks like, what it looked like this spring, actually, in the dunes. We had some really nice San Verbena blooms, and you can see how the native plant cover is looking really good out there. Some numbers for Tysstrom lupin. So they are also monitored every year by Joey, and we are seeing sort of fluctuating numbers during the years when we had quite a bit more rain. We had quite a few seedlings growing. This past year, we didn't have nearly as much rain, so the seedling numbers were quite a bit lower. But we're seeing a growth in the juvenile numbers, and the mature numbers, are fairly remain kind of the same. So we're seeing sort of encouraging numbers, but the Tysstrom have been more difficult. It's a very slow growing plant. So it's definitely a challenge to meet our success criteria. The success criteria right now is over 1,000 individual plants with at least 10 locations throughout the dunes, each with 100 plants. The 10 locations may be a bit difficult for us to reach because there may not be that many locations that are going to be good for Tysstrom growth. But we are continuing to strive for at least the number of plants present in the dunes. Oops. Next, this is another sort of visual representation of how the dunes have changed over time. These photos were courtesy of the Carmel-by-the-Sea Garden Club, and that's taken from the eucalyptus tree that's at the corner of Ocean and San Antonio. You can see the earlier photo, which is from 2010, is pretty much monoculture of ice plant in the dunes here. And the photo to the right, pretty much the same area in 2019, and you can see now restored to a really nice, much more diverse native habitat. You can see there's some San Verbena and beach sagewort and primrose. It's quite a bit more diverse and quite a bit more interesting than what it was. So some challenges with the work at the dunes. The weed control continues to be, a challenge, very labor intensive. Trampling by people has reduced quite a bit since we've installed the cable railing. The off-leash dogs continue to be a problem. They continue to trample areas even past the railing. And funding continues to be an issue. We have about $12,000 in our budget for this year, which is a very tight budget for all the work that needs to be done. So speaking of the work that needs to be done, this is what we're planning for year 6 and beyond. We would like to augment the native plantings to include, including Tysstrom lupin, until their dispersal and numbers meet our success criteria. We'd like to restore native habitat in the northern part of the site. where it was previously impacted by eucalyptus trees and other invasive species. That area can definitely see more native habitat restoration. We will continue weed control and debris removal, including more acacia sprout removals, and installing more guideline cable fencing as needed to define pedestrian trails where we see trampling issues. And finally, interpretive signage to help people sort of better understand the dunes. Additional future tasks, we would like to install split rail wood fencing along San Antonio and Ocean Avenue to better refine the restoration area and further reduce trampling. And we are interested in installing a boardwalk from Del Mar to the 4th Avenue boardwalk to help reduce the dune erosion in that area. But this would require a specific CDP to conduct. And so staff recommendation, we're requesting a 5-year extension to the previously approved CDP so that we can continue the progress on the habitat restoration project. Any questions?
Are there any questions for staff?
I don't have any, thank you.
Any of the other commissioners, Commissioner Dales, Commissioner Locke? No questions. Thank you, Agnes. It's a very, very good report, very impressive, particularly the progress we're making. Is there anyone from the public that would like to make some comments about the report? I don't see any hands up. Just taking a look here. Okay. Nobody seems to want to comment on this. So I'm going to close the public comments, open it up to the commissioners for their comments. Commissioner Ling, would you like to begin? I think you're unmuted.
Sure. Yeah. I want to congratulate you, Agnes and Joey, for just a superb job. Just so well done. The dunes are looking beautiful. I know we've had letters of compliments from Jan Reimers and her husband. They're quite close to it, and I get just terrific response from people when I walk by it and see it. And I'm just total congratulations. You've done a fabulous job, and it's backbreaking work, I know. So thank you so much for your efforts.
Commissioner Locke, would you like to make some comments?
Absolutely. Yes, I'll echo Commissioner Lehman's comments, and thank you for the excellent presentation on this. It is looking absolutely beautiful. This project started back when I was on the Forest Beach Commission, and it's just really, really exciting to see where it's going at this point. Thank you to Agnes and the city staff for all your efforts. Joey, thank you very much. This has just been really a terrific project to watch move forward. And thank you to all the volunteers that have done so much. The lack of rain last winter, while I'm not happy with that idea, apparently was helpful to our project, and so I'm glad to see that. And I'm looking forward to seeing the split rail fencing come in, and also have a boardwalk that would go between Del Mar and 4th Avenue. I think those are very important steps to keep people out of what we're restoring right now. So thank you for all your efforts.
Thank you, Commissioner Locke. Commissioner Dales, would you like to make some comments?
Mostly just to echo my colleagues on what a wonderful job has been done by the staff here and all the volunteers. I live nearby. That's my daily access to the beach. And so I've literally watched it change week to week. And it's extraordinary that so much has been done, especially the removal of invasive species and the seriousness of removing invasive species, probably against some opposition, I really do applaud. Only observation is since the guide wires have gone up, the human population does appear to behave and pretty much stay out, but their dogs don't. And I think it's just years of treating the dunes the same way we do the beach, and letting the dog off as soon as you hit any sand at all. And I wonder if there is any different signage that might be helpful. I think in this town, a sign that says dogs on leash only is sort of a wink and a nudge. And maybe if we explained it a little bit more, it might work. And I'm not a big fan of more signage, but it's still a problem. But great stuff. Thank you.
Inez, can you speak to that about the signs regarding the dogs? Is there something specific that says kind of educates the public about dogs?
We have, so the signage we installed last year was pretty simple, but basically, it stated that it was a sensitive habitat, and so dogs should be kept on leash. I know this has been an issue that has continued. Where I was speaking with Joey a little while ago, and I have some students that do some public outreach for me, that were doing public outreach for me before COVID on the beach on other matters. And we were talking about potentially having those also do outreach about the dunes habitats when we can start doing that kind of outreach again. So people can have sort of a bit of a back and forth with somebody. That might help the understanding. I feel like people just kind of disregard our signs a little bit. So, and we may be able to also do something with when we start doing the interpretive signage also.
Yeah, this is an ongoing project, and really that's the amazing thing about it, is that it has been a real commitment by the city, and there's been a lot of progress. I mean, it's really amazing. I worked back in the early part of this project with some students in the earth, pulling out the ice plant, just down from that big cypress tree there, or the eucalyptus tree, and that area was just covered. And now the way it looks is just amazing. So it's just been a really incredible project, and it certainly deserves we need to keep working forward on this. And I really like how you are collecting data on it, so you can really measure the progress and then see where you need to put the efforts. And it's really interesting to see the correlations between rainfall and the species. So I think that just makes it a lot more compelling and gives us direction in what needs to be done. So thank you. Thank everyone who's worked on this. Okay, we have a resolution by staff. Let me see here. My computer seems to be working slow today. And get that resolution up. Okay, so the Planning Commission is considering, resolution is to approve the CDP, which is authorizes a 5-year extension period, continue the implementation of the restoration as specified in the resolution. There are some special conditions. Says number 5, for each year, the permit city shall maintain a list of specific activities carried out under the permit. 6, August or September 2026, prior to expiration of the extended term, CDP, the activities authorized in the CDP shall be reviewed by the Planning Commission again. Prior to individual dead tree or stump removal activities, project biologists shall evaluate the potential impact. And then number 8, in event of unprecedented issues associated with the project, this permit may be scheduled for reconsideration by the Planning Commission to amend as necessary. So do we have a motion to accept the resolution as presented by staff to approve the CDP?
I will make that motion. I would move that we approve the resolution allowing the 5-year renewable extension to the coastal development permit 16-315 for the North Dune Habitat Restoration Project.
Okay, the motion has been made and second to approve the resolution as presented by staff. Is there more discussion on this? Okay,
No.
hearing none, roll call, please.
Yes, Commissioner Dells,
Yes.
Commissioner Lehman,
Yes.
Commissioner Locke,
Yes.
Chair LePage.
So
Yes.
it's not a hard
Thank you.
no, you know, if
Yes, the motion is passed. Okay, all right, thank you for that. Okay, the next item on the public hearing agenda tonight is a design study. This is DS 21-087, it's the Bell Project. This is consideration of a concept design study for the demolition of a 1,261 square foot single-family residence and the construction of a new 2,234 square foot two-story residence located in the residential and limited commercial zoning district, that's the RC. Can we have staff report, please?
Thank you, Chair LePage. Okay, so the project before you this afternoon is the Bell Project. It is a concept design study. So the project site is a 5,000 square foot lot on the east side of Mission Street. The project is located in the residential and limited commercial zoning district. It is currently a single family residence and it's surrounded by commercial uses, a couple hotels. There's a dance studio to the south. There is some multifamily buildings across the street, as well as some office and commercial uses. The building was evaluated in 2019 and was determined not to be historic. And single-family homes located in the RC district are subject to the R1 standards. So these are very familiar to you, and we will go ahead and run through them. So the existing residence is single story. It's just over 1,000 square feet. It also includes a 218 square foot detached garage. The house sits on top of a slope, which is fairly steep, going down towards Mission Street. So there's access provided by an existing staircase. There are a number of trees also on the property, the majority of which will be preserved and protected as part of the project. So with respect to forest character, there are 29 coast live oak trees, as well as 2 Monterey pines in the public right-of-way at the front of the property. The applicant is proposing to remove 5 trees. 3 have been rated not significant by the city forester, whereas 2 have been rated significant. So the removal of those trees will require approval of the Forest and Beach Commission. The city forester is also recommending the planting of 4 upper canopy trees as part of the project. With respect to parking and access, as I mentioned, the existing detached garage will be demolished. A new detached garage will be constructed. It's a 10 by 20 garage, which is the minimum required for parking. It will be set back 15 feet from the front property line, which will provide a minimal driveway. It's currently proposed at 9 feet 5 inches wide and is a combination of both permeable and impermeable materials. A good portion of the garage will be subgrade and would not be visible due to the topography. With respect to mass and bulk, I just wanted to note that development of this property under the commercial standards, if this were going to be a commercial building, the development potential is actually 4,000 square feet on this lot with a maximum building height of 26 feet. However, because it is a single family residence, they are limited to 2,250 square feet and a maximum building height of 24 feet. So the applicant is proposing just over 2,200 square feet. Of that, 430 would be a junior accessory dwelling unit, and 274 square feet would be in the garage, would be for the garage. They are utilizing the 18-foot plate height, and that is mainly on the south elevation where the topography is a little bit lower. The project does comply with all plate and ridge height requirements. The maximum height that this proposed residence would reach is 21 feet 2 inches, so a couple feet under the allowed 24. Also, just wanted to note that, again, due to that steep topography at the front of the property, the house is set back about 32 feet from the sidewalk. With respect to building and roof form, the residence is 1,960 square feet. The first floor, being just over 1,600 square feet, is in a U shape that faces south. This provides the owners with a south-facing courtyard, some outdoor space on the property. The second floor is 354 square feet, and this mass is concentrated on the north side of the residence. And finally, the 274 square foot garage located at the southwest corner of the residence. Okay, so building and roof form. The roof form is very simple. It's comprised of a combination of both front and side facing gables. The roof pitch is 4.5 and 12, so very moderate pitched roof. And the project meets the residential design guidelines for simplicity in form. So this project does include a variance. The variance is not before the commission tonight for approval or consideration, but I did want to introduce it to you as part of the overall design concept for the project. This is a very unique lot, and the applicant's having a difficult time meeting our maximum site coverage regulations. So for a 5,000 square foot lot, you are limited to 473 square feet of impermeable site coverage. The site currently has 692 square feet, and the applicant is proposing 915 square feet. The stars sort of represent the site coverage areas that are currently proposed. A significant portion of site coverage is taken up with the stairs at the front entry and the south-facing courtyard, and then also the introduction of the driveway, which does not currently exist on the site. So staff is evaluating the appropriateness of the variance. We feel that it may be appropriate in this circumstance just due to the topography and the number of trees, the requirement for retaining walls throughout the site, and we will return to the commission at final details with more information on the variance findings. I just wanted to introduce that concept, and if you had any preliminary feedback for us, we'd be happy to accept it this evening. And while this is concept only, the applicant has shared some of the final details, so we're sharing that with the commission this evening as well. You're welcome to comment on the colors and materials and finishes this evening if you would like. The applicant is proposing a Spanish clay tile roof, exterior stucco walls. There will be some stone incorporated into the project, as well as a metal-clad wood windows and doors. And so with that, staff's recommendation is that the commission accept the concept design study. Staff did include a special condition to limit the impermeable site coverage to no more than 473 square feet. And when we return to you at final details with the variance, we would encourage the applicant to use more semi-permeable or permeable materials for anything above and beyond the 473. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for staff from the commissioners? Commissioner Locke, you have your hand up?
Yeah, we had a project, and I can't remember what street it was, but somewhere down close to San Antonio. Camino Real, where there was an ADU proposed in an existing garage, and there was access through the house. And that to me was a great concern because it allows additional square footage being added to a residence when so that it could potentially be used as part of the residence versus a separate dwelling unit. And I'm concerned about this project for that same reason. So
You have a question?
yeah, the question is, I don't remember what the project was, but do you happen to remember who the applicant was on that particular project?
Staff?
I do not off the top of my head. I do recall the project that you're referring to, but I do not remember the name of the applicant or the owner on that one.
Commissioner Locke, if it's okay, Mr. Chair, I think just generally speaking about ADUs, if you recall from the young residence, which was one that we just did recently, and maybe that's the one you're talking about, Commissioner Locke, but an ADU, if it's a true ADU, it cannot circulate into the house. 500 square feet or less as a junior accessory dwelling unit can have circulation into the house, but an ADU it should not and cannot have circulation into the house. It needs to be cut off from the house. It can be attached, but that's to sort of take care of that concern of essentially getting a larger house. It needs to have its own exterior entrance, its own kitchen, its own bathroom, and not circulate into the main residence.
Brandon, can you explain the difference between a junior and a regular?
Sure, a junior accessory dwelling unit is 500 square feet or less, and it's contained within the walls of the main dwelling unit. So it would be, think of it like a bedroom. That's the most simple way to explain a junior accessory dwelling unit. A bedroom that has a doorway that goes into the main house. It would share facilities. It doesn't have to have its own bathroom. It can share facilities. It just needs to have like a little cook plate or something. And it does need to have an exterior entrance. It needs to have its own exterior entrance, but it does have a doorway that circulates into the main house to share those facilities. That's a junior accessory dwelling unit. Those are limited at 500 square feet or less. An accessory dwelling unit is 501 square feet up to 1,200 square feet, attached or detached from the main dwelling. But the important thing is that it's cut off, meaning you can't go directly from inside the ADU to the main dwelling. You have to exit, go outside, and come in a different door.
And Brandon, is it true that ADUs do not count, junior or a regular ADU don't count as in floor area calculation?
The accessory dwelling units do not count towards floor area. The junior accessory dwelling units do.
Yeah, all right. I just wanted to, it's always good to go over that. Okay, are there any other questions for staff regarding this application?
Yeah, I had, it's the same question.
Commissioner Dowse?
Yeah, same question, different version. On the young residents, one of the things we asked for to understand was, okay, by applying the ADU standard, they were enabled to essentially add square footage, add site coverage. In this example, are they using the ADU to increase site coverage over what would otherwise be allowed? And if so, by how much? It's just a data point I think we should always be pointing out so that we can kind of follow it over time.
Please tell
No.
them.
So
Please.
for this particular,
You'll have your time to comment, Mr. Bell. Right now, this is for staff, questions for staff only. Good. Go ahead, Marnie.
So in this project, the Bells are not asking for additional square footage. The project inclusive of the ADU is still below the maximum that they would be allowed to build on the site. They are constrained by 29 existing oak trees, but they are not exceeding they're not asking for additional square footage above and beyond what's allowed for the residents.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Commissioner Locke, I think your hand went up a little bit before Commissioner Lehman, so
Thank you. I have two questions.
quick draw.
Yeah, two questions. What is the square footage of the ADU that's proposed?
430.
Okay. And if the if in the future there is a proposal to increase the square footage somehow on the site, would that square footage not be included in the site coverage? And I think the answer is it would not be included. Is that right?
Correct. It would not be included in the floor area.
All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Lehman?
So, so in essence, Marnie, I believe what from the year 438, is that what you just said? So it's under 500, and so it can be considered a JAGU.
Correct.
And they have the square footage for it.
Correct. They do. The junior accessory dwelling unit meets all of the requirements. So it has both an exterior entrance as well as internal circulation. They've chosen to provide a bathroom and a small kitchenette area to serve that ADU. But again, even including the ADU, they're under the total floor area that they're allowed. So again, they're allowed 2250 and they're proposing 2234. And that includes the 430 square foot junior accessory dwelling unit.
Okay,
Mr.
so
Locke?
it just has to be
Okay.
billed as a JAGU rather than an ADU. Is that correct? Now, but does that reserve more square footage for them in the future? I think that's what Commissioner Locke, I'm reading her mind. So
They could add on to the house in the future.
Mm-hmm. My
do
question.
you mean the amount of the JAGU doesn't count as part of their square footage?
Correct.
Commissioner Locke?
Thank you. One last question for you.
Not your turn.
Earlier you said or Brandon, you said that a junior ADU goes into an existing residence. So
The way the state language, I'm sorry, Commissioner, the way the state language is written, it's existing or proposed.
oh, okay.
So it's essentially part of the home.
Okay, thank you.
Existing or proposed, yep.
Okay, are there any more questions for staff regarding this application?
No, not at this moment.
Okay, all right, we're going to move on to with the applicant. I assume that, or the applicant's representative, like to make their presentations this time.
Hi, good evening. June Ciliano, architect for the Bell residence. I think with me also is Jim and Catherine Bell. I just want to point out that for you who have been to the site or familiar with the site, it's a really difficult site. But despite the challenges of the site, this project has come in with no variance other than site coverage. I also want to point out that of the 915 site coverage that is going to be in place, more than half of it is because of the site challenges. What I mean by that is the stairs and the retaining wall take up more than 400 square feet. The courtyard area where it's the only place that the Bells will have outdoor space is only 399 square feet. I think it's important to note that. The stairs has been modified to give the Bells a better ascent, meaning shorter riser, so you don't feel like you're climbing a mountain as you go up to the house. So we on purpose redesigned the stairs, on purpose redesigned the garage and the house. So from Mission Street, it will feel like the garage is attached from the house. So it gives you a better massing for that. Again, I want to point out that to answer some of the questions, I think Marnie answered the questions regarding the ADU. It's under 500 square feet. And same with Commissioner there's no motivation in adding an ADU to add site coverage. It's just the nature of the site itself. That's the only place we can have an outdoor space for the owners. At this time, there's no intent of adding square footage other than what we propose. Lastly, regarding the tree planting, we agree with it, but I just want to point out that the commissioners, now that you visited the site is densely forested. So I don't know if adding more trees will help the younger oaks to grow. So I want to point that out to make sure you're aware that we will agree with the tree addition with the replacement, but just to point out, the site is forested right now. I think that's all I have. I'm here to answer any questions you may have for me.
Are there any questions for the architect? Commissioner Lehman, give your hand up.
I guess I'm a little confused that, am I correct in that this has not gone to Forest and Beach yet?
Marnie probably will be able to.
I believe that's what Marnie said. She can answer that.
Right.
So-
It has not been to Forest and Beach yet, so we will need to do that before we come back to the commission with final details. It's possible that the Forest and Beach Commission will also weigh in on the tree planting requirement. So the 4 upper canopy trees could change.
And additionally, Forest and Beach will weigh in on the removal of the trees. That's why I'm a little surprised that the plans went this far without getting the, I mean, are there 5 oaks that are coming out? Is that the total?
Yeah, five small oaks. The one on the, if you were at the site, like
Right.
the right side, Gail, those are really small oaks under 6 inches in diameter.
Uh-huh.
And if need be, again, I want to point this out. If need be, there's good success on replanting oaks. Maybe instead of replanting new trees, maybe these smaller oaks can be replanted on the site because they're fairly young. They're easy to move.
And Commissioner Lehman, if I could just add, so we will be going to the Forest and Beach Commission before coming back for final details. And Forest Beach and Commission is the jurisdictional oversight for decisions on tree removal. So we will have a recommendation and a final plan before we come back to the Planning Commission. Trees are not in the purview of the Planning Commission necessarily. So it's not really pertinent to tonight's preliminary review.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I was going to ask, since I've got you, June, on camera, one more question, and I wonder if the Bells have thought this, if everyone's thought this through. Having that elevator at the back of the garage means that any guests that they have would have to, assuming you're going to use the garage for your car, so they'll have to walk by alongside the side of the car. It's not very wide right there. All the way to the end of the garage before they approach the elevator.
Yeah, we have considered that. And you know, that's why there's stairs. So in situations where someone needs to use the elevator, we've considered that. So there's enough width where people can walk next to that car if a car is parked there.
But could you get a wheelchair past the car?
Well, if there's a person in a wheelchair, we have to back out the car.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Okay, are there any other questions for the architect?
No, not for me.
Okay, Jim Bell, would you like to speak to the Planning Commission regarding this application?
Yes, first, thank you all very much. You know how much time and energy it takes to consider these projects, and having so many on your table. It's not just ours. One thing I would say, this question about expanding the square footage with a ADU, we absolutely have no intention, never even thought of that. I assure you, we will not do that or make any requests for any more square
We're in our
footage.
80s.
Yeah, and it's partly because of the lot, but also it just doesn't make sense with the architecture of our house and its proportions. So that will not be a question you'll have to consider in this case at all. That was the one thing. The other, I'd just like to point out, I know it's pretty obvious when people see the lot, how many trees we have. We have far much more coverage of trees in our neighborhood area than any other lot. And we're both thankful for that, for what it is and it means to us. But it's also, I think, indirectly a contribution to the whole neighborhood. It's way over and above what might be expected. So I think that might be another factor to consider when the work on the tree coverage and the extra trees that might be planted. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, are there any other members from the public that would like to address the Planning Commission about this application? I don't see any hands going up.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm not seeing any hands either. Just
Okay.
as a
Did you have a
reminder, if you'd like to
comment?
raise your hand, reactions tab at the bottom, please click on that and you'll see an option for raising your hand. If you're on your phone, mobile or landline, you can hit *9 and raise your hand. Doesn't appear that we have anyone.
Yeah, I don't see anybody. Okay, I'm going to close the public comments, open up to the commissioners for their comments. Commissioner Delves, would you like to begin?
Yes. First off, to Mr. and Mrs. Bell, it looks like a lovely house. I certainly meant no disrespect for my questions on the square footage. This ADU language has been essentially thrust upon us by the state, and it's just something we're learning to manage. I'm just personally interested in making sure we manage it as well as we can across all the projects. So it's just a question I'll always ask about ADUs. I do not have any objection to this house and at all. Having looked at the lot, it's frankly remarkable what you're doing. And I don't know where I would put more or less square footage. I'll leave the trees to the Forest and Beach Commission. I think Gail's point on the elevator is interesting. I also don't know where else it would go. So I would be prepared to support this project at the conceptual level.
Okay, Commissioner Locke, would you like to make some comments?
Sure. Yeah, this is such a challenging lot. You guys perched way up above Mission the way you are. I think it's a beautiful project. June, your architectural work is awesome. And no, I don't have any objection. And you know, I'm gonna, with Commissioner Delves' comments, my comments about ADUs are just a concern in general, not related to your project. And obviously you are below the threshold anyway, so that shouldn't be an issue. It's just something we need to be aware of as we move forward into the future. So no, I think you're doing what you can do with your property, and it fits very nicely with the buildings that you have around you. And you just have such a challenging property. So that's my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Locke. Commissioner Lehman, would you like to make some comments?
Sure. I just, again, I want to compliment June on the challenge of this lot and what he has done with it, which is certainly not surprising for June. But there are a couple of little things. So we've agreed that ADU has to be called a junior ADU in order to have the direct access into the house, since it is under 500 square feet. Personally, if it was ever going to be a rental, I think you would be happier if you had an outside, well, you do have an outside entrance, but to have the ability to close that wall off, because I don't think you'd want a tenant walking in on you. The other thing I noticed briefly is that that double fireplace between the ADU and the courtyard. I don't think we've been permitting wood fireplaces on the interior or exterior, that everything has to be gas, and it is labeled wood. So if you could think about rethinking that one. I think that's about it that I have. I think it's lovely. It's a lovely floor plan. I don't know if the elevator will not go up to the second floor, I assume, up to the master bedroom. And regardless of whether you had the capability of doing that. But Marnie asked us for some feedback on the lot coverage, on the excess coverage. And I appreciate that you've got all the steps to get up to the top, but I think we're trying to get as much water permeating the ground. And since I'm sure you'll have lovely landscaping, there'll be lots of water, and we don't want it to run off to nothing. So I would like to see the courtyard more permeable in the future, since Marnie has asked for that.
Oh,
And other than that, I don't have any objection to the project.
can I raise my hand?
Yeah, I think Michael is muted.
There you go. Okay, well, the commissioners are making their comments now, June.
Okay.
We're not done here, so I'll go ahead and, if you want to make a comment, go ahead. I'll open the public hearing comments again.
Thank you, Michael. Gail, just so you know, the courtyard is permeable. So
Okay.
our courtyard it's not hardscape, it's permeable.
Okay, thanks for that clarification, you. Anybody else want to make any comments from the public, since we're open? Jim, you want to say something?
Jim, you're muted.
You're muted. You got to unmute there, Jim. There
Can you
go.
hear me?
Now we can, yes.
Thank you. The labeling of the fireplace that Gail Lehman brought up as wood was a mistake on our part. We never even thought of that. We were thinking of gas, both inside and outside. So anyway, Gail, thanks for bringing that up. That's a mistake on our part.
Thank you for the clarification, Jim. We appreciate that. Okay, I'm going to close the public comments again. I think all the commissioners have made their comments. I'm in agreement with the comments. I think staff has identified all of the concept issues, mass, bulk, privacy, there's no privacy issues. So I don't really see any issues with this project. It meets all the guidelines. It's a beautifully designed home. So we have a resolution. Let me get over to that. And resolution. Give me a minute here. Get that open. Okay, the resolution. Just look at the, okay, the recommended draft conditions are pretty standard. I mean, there's a tree planting requirements, site coverage. There is a recommended draft that the applicant shall reduce the amount of impermeable site coverage not to exceed 473 square feet. I think that addresses Commissioner Lehman's concerns. They have drainage improvements, number 3. So that's about it. So do we, sounds like there wasn't a lot of other direction from the commissioners. So would you like to make a motion, Commissioner Lehman, for the resolution?
Yeah, I move for preliminary approval of the Bell project, which is DS 21-087. And along with this conditions and the special conditions for number 1, tree planting requirement, number 2, site coverage, and 3 for the drainage improvements. And that is an extensive condition, which I'm sure will be addressed before final. And along with the tree planting requirements and the approvals from Forest and Beach. So I guess that's it.
Okay, so your motion is to, for approval of the resolution as per staff.
Right.
Okay, do we have a second?
So I second that.
Okay, the motion to approve the draft conditions and resolution as per staff has been made and seconded. Is there any more discussion? Okay, hearing none, can we have roll call, please?
Yes, Commissioner Dills,
Yes.
Commissioner Lehman,
Yes.
Commissioner Locke,
Yes.
Chair LePage.
Yes. Okay, the motion is carried. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item on our agenda, the public hearing agenda tonight is number 7. This is another design study. This is DS 20-378, the Wellington project. This is consideration of a Tract 1 design study, a referral and a variance for the construction of a 200 square foot detached garage located at the southwest corner of Mission Street and First Avenue, single family residential zone. Can we have the staff report, please?
Thank you, Chair LePage. So the Wellington project that is before you is a detached garage. So this is a Track 1 design study that gets referred to the Planning Commission. It also includes a variance, which requires Planning Commission approval as well. So the project site is a 12,000 square foot lot. It is the location of the historic Forest Hill School. The building underwent an extensive renovation and has been repurposed as a single family dwelling. The owners would like to construct a 10 by 20 detached garage so that they can have enclosed parking on their property. Because this is a historic resource, it was required to be reviewed by the Historic Resources Board for consistency with the Secretary of the Interior Standards. When the board originally reviewed the project, they had some concerns about the location of the garage along First Avenue. And I'll show you a little bit more about that in just a minute. So they did ask the applicant to consider a location that would take access off of Mission Street. The applicant did return to the Historic Resources Board with that location. The board supported the project and felt that it was the least impactful to the historic resource. So on the upper left-hand side of the screen where you see that blue X, that's a parking pad area. It's decomposed granite. It's where the owners currently park their vehicles. The applicant worked extensively with our former planner, Catherine Terone, to try to find a location for a detached garage in this area. The building is set back a little bit over 15 feet from the front property line, but there just wasn't enough room to get a detached garage in that location without conflicting with the building. So an alternative that was evaluated was placing the garage parallel to First Avenue. And as I mentioned, the Historic Resources Board felt that that was a significant impact because it blocked a substantial portion of that elevation of the historic building. So the applicant has proposed placing the detached garage at the corner of First and Mission, and the driveway would be along the Mission Street frontage. So just some details about the garage. Garages that are located in a setback have certain limitations. They have to be under 250 square feet in size. They can't exceed 12 feet in width, and they cannot exceed 15 feet in height. This particular garage meets all of those requirements. It's 10 by 20, so it's 200 square feet. The height is just over 11 feet, and the width is 10 feet. So meets all the development standards to be located within a setback. The setbacks for the structure are 2 feet along the First Avenue, which was the side, and about 16 inches from the property line along Mission Street. So one of the other considerations that we look at when placing a garage in a setback is the amount of open space that is remaining in the right-of-way. Along Mission Street, there's 120 linear feet of frontage, all of which is in a natural forested state. It also contains significant trees. The proposed driveway, which will encroach into the right-of-way, is only 8% of the frontage along Mission. So the project meets this standard. The city forester has reviewed the project in its current location and its proximity to existing trees. The forester did determine that the project should not impact existing trees. There are special tree protection measures that have been included in condition of approval number 11, and this will ensure that the root systems remain intact and that the garage can be constructed without impacting any of the adjacent trees. So as I mentioned, the Planning Commission has the authority to approve detached garages in a required setback. However, the code does not allow it to be in the front and the street side yard setback. So the applicant is requesting a variance to modify the setbacks to allow the garage to be in both in this circumstance. There are 6 findings that are required to approve a variance. And there's a detailed analysis in the staff report that goes through each of these 6 findings. I think what's really important to note here is that this is a historic property. And in addition to navigating site constraints and trees, the applicant is also trying to respect the historic integrity of the building. And so for those reasons, staff does support this variance request. We do feel that this particular location is unique enough that this is not going to set a precedent throughout the village. One of the primary concerns about detached garages located at corners is obviously safety and sight distance for motorists. So as part of this review, staff did discuss the project with the chief of police. The traffic safety committee also reviewed the project. And some additional no parking signs have been installed on Mission Street, which will allow for safe maneuvering in and out of the garage. So for all of these reasons, we do feel like the project is appropriate and we do support it. So this graphic here, it was just intended to kind of show on the left-hand side the existing decomposed granite area that was not able to accommodate the garage and the proposed location at the corner. And with that, staff's recommendation is that the commission adopt a resolution approving a track 1 design study and a variance for the project. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for staff from the commissioners?
Yes.
Commissioner Lehman, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. Marnie, what is there a data table on this as to how much square, I know the house is enormous, but I haven't seen any square footage on it. can we get some information on a data table? And in looking at this and looking at that little grove of oaks right at the corner of the garage, of the proposed garage, I was concerned when I was on the site, and also the fact that there is no room in front of the garage. And I'm wondering, why did Historic Review feel like this was more advantageous than the other side where the existing parking pad is, where they have been parking? It looks like they're just about the same distance from the house at that point. And the other advantage is they would be exiting on First rather than on Mission.
So staff did not prepare a data table for this project. Every site is required to reserve 200 square feet for parking. So this garage, it is that 200 square feet. So there's no increase in square footage for the property. With respect to the Historic Resources Board, the frontage along First Street is considered the primary elevation. It is the most visible and most important view of the resource. And so they wanted to protect those views from the public way. And the garage, especially because it couldn't be perpendicular because there wasn't enough room, by turning it parallel, it blocked more than 20 feet of the existing resource. And they just really felt like that visual obstruction was a significant impact. In the location proposed, the topography starts to slope down. So the garage is tucked into the corner, and it's on what is considered a non-primary elevation.
But I don't understand, because they're just at opposite corners of the house. Why Historic Review would have approved one side of the house and not the other. It's not like there isn't a grand entrance that the garage would be blocking if it was down in the other corner. And then it would have the advantage of having a place to temporarily park a car. I mean, it would have some room behind it before it hit about 6 inches before it hits the street. So I guess I'm concerned about that decision. I don't mean to make things more difficult for the applicants, but I think they're creating something that's uncomfortable when it's blocking just the same amount of house. It's 20 feet on one
Commissioner
side
Lehman,
or the other.
can we save this discussion until we get to your comments?
I was trying to get some information from Marnie.
Right, and I think she answered that question. I think another question I have for Marnie is what authority does the Planning Commission have to relocate the garage once Historic Resources has made a decision? Can you answer that question?
Mr. Chair, I can jump in. I'm sensing the pause from Marnie. I think she was looking for me to step in on that one. So the Historic Resources Board made a determination, because the schoolhouse is a historic site, there had to be a determination of consistency with the Secretary of Interior standards for any projects on the site. When the Historic Resources Board considered the garage going on the First Avenue elevation, they made the determination that if it were to go there, it would impact the historic resource and then therefore would not be consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards. If the Planning Commission chooses not to approve the garage down there on the corner of Mission, obviously a new design would have to be done, and we would have to go back to the Historic Resources Board to make sure that whatever the redesign was consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards. And Mr. Chair, if you wanted, either now or later when you get to questions, I can put up a Google Earth sort of illustrating the difference from the First Street elevation where the garage was originally intended to go versus the Mission Street elevation. But I don't know if this is the time for that. I'll defer to you, Mr. Chair, on that one.
Okay, I think you answered the question though, so we understand procedurally what would be involved if the planning commission wanted to recommend or give direction to relocate the garage. Okay, are any other commissioners have any other questions for staff? Okay, I don't see any. All right, would the applicant like to address the planning commission regarding the application? I think Angie Fars is that correct? Fars is here.
Ferris, yes.
Ferris, I'm sorry, go ahead.
All good. Yes, so I am the applicant, I'm the designer here. And to answer the question from Gail about the location of the garage, a bigger factor too was that on that elevation on First Street, there are some large half-rounded windows on that side that are very prominent. And that was something that they were saying that, you know, the way that the garage was positioned on that parking pad, it does block a good percentage of it. Additionally, that parking pad area is raised up. I would say probably at least 1.5 feet, if not 2 feet. So it does actually end up blocking the resource more so than where it is now, which is actually a little bit lower. So that was some of the determinations there. Also, that parking pad does seem to be a little bit too close to the house. That was also one of their concerns as well. Another thing was to get actually into a covered parking garage there in that section. You know, if you were to back in and try a parallel park into it, it was a bit difficult. So that was one of the reasons why we did choose the other side. And another reason why we have it the orientation that it is if the entrance was actually on First Street, it would just be too close to the resource, and it would affect all the trees there in that area. We have looked at other locations on this lot. Pretty much every corner we have looked at. It was determined that this was the best location. It doesn't impact the resource as much. It doesn't impact any trees. And that is the reason why we went with this location. So other than that, I think Marnie did a great job of explaining what's been going on with the project. I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys have, anything that you have further to ask.
Okay, do the commissioners have any questions for Ms. Ferris? Mr. Lehman, did you have any questions for Ms. Ferris?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ferris. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to address the Planning Commission regarding this application? I don't see any hands up. Okay, I'm going to close the public comments, open it up to the commissioners. Commissioner Locke, would you like to start the comments?
Sure. This is kind of in my neighborhood, so I've been walking past the various iterations of the garage location for many months. I don't have a problem with it backing out onto Mission. That area of Mission Street's fairly quiet. And I actually had not realized until the staff report the significance of the building as I've watched it be remodeled over the years. So I actually don't have any further comments on it. I don't have a problem with it.
Thank you, Commissioner Locke. Commissioner Lehman, would you like to make the comments?
Well, I think I've already made them. You know, I think apparently it was Ms. Ferris's choice originally to have it down at the other end of the building. Either way, it impacts the building. And I'm concerned about that little grove of oak trees right there getting destroyed by the excavation for the garage. And I think we can't be cavalier about trees that are protected species. And since her first choice was to have it at the opposite end, I don't see why it couldn't go back there. It's a much larger flat area without impacting a grove of oaks. So that's that's really where I am.
Do you have any more comments, Commissioner Lehman?
No, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Dells, would you like to make your comments?
Sure. I think we're dealing with perhaps the least bad option here, because we walked the site reasonably thoroughly. I think the further south you go, the topography just is unworkable. So it's really two sites, and the first site has been dismissed by the Historic Resource Commission. And I trust that they did their job, and just genuinely, and they have the skill set to make the interpretations that they need to make. And I think once they make them, I suspect it's very difficult to unmake them. So as a result of that, I think this one site is what's left. It is the existing parking pad, which is helpful. So there have always been cars parked there, is my understanding. And I share Commissioner Lehman's concerns about the trees. Again, I defer to our forester. It's a garage, so the excavation is for a concrete pad, and it's small enough that it can be carefully done by hand for sure, and would encourage that to be the case. So I am supportive of this application. The one thing I would suggest, though, is that because of the double variance, or the variance required because we are in the right-of-way on the side and the front, that I think we, in our motion, make a special point, or in our resolution, that that is a reason for the variance, and that it is that because this is a historic resource, and by that this variance allows for the better preservation of the historic resource, so that we're very careful not to set a precedent for non-historic resources. That's it.
Okay, just a point of clarification, it's not in the right-of-way, it's just in the setback.
Thank you.
Okay, and staff, we have a resolution which includes the approval of the track one for the detached garage and the variance. And within the resolution, staff has provided the findings for the variance. And I believe, to look at it here, hang on a minute, they may have, find the findings here. Here it is. Okay, let's see. Give me a second here, get to the findings. Okay, here's the findings for the variance. Number one, due to special physical circumstances applicable to the project. So that's the topography. Two, it doesn't constitute granting a special condition. Three, it won't be detrimental or injurious or to the public safety, welfare, and that. Four, property is situated, which is sought not to so general, or recurrent as to nature, make a reasonable and practical formulation for general regulation of the address such a condition. Five, the situation or condition for which the variance is sought was not the result of actions existing or the prior owner, and granting the variance not be in conflict with the general plan or the general zoning objectives. So the point that Commissioner Dell's made about the historicity of the project is not really one of the findings. I don't know if it's really, it's not required to grant a variance. You have to meet these 6 findings. So it does meet the condition, the finding requirement for that.
Mr. Chair, if I could.
Yes, go ahead.
I would suggest, and I take the point and agree with where Commissioner Delves is going with this. I think we could add a recital rather than adding a finding, because you're correct. The findings have been made and can be made, in staff's opinion, at least for the variance, the 6 required findings. But what we can do is we can add a recital, whereas we can add a recital that says essentially what Commissioner Delves mentioned, that in this unique case, because of the historical nature of the building and the fact that it would be the primary view would be covered by the garage elsewhere, that's why the variance is being granted, so that it really locks it down and makes it non-precedent setting elsewhere to create this double front and side setback variance. So I think hopefully that would take care of Commissioner Delves.
Okay. With that, I'm going to call upon Commissioner Delves to make that motion and add the whereas with the language that he will see fit.
Yes, I know. I earned that. I move to approve the resolution that's in our packet. Sorry. Give me a minute, please. I got the wrong one. I was about ready to approve Esperanza. Probably might have been premature. All right, I make a motion to approve the resolution per staff that's in our packet, approving a track one design study DS 20-378 Wellington and variance VA 21-271 for the construction of a 200 square foot detached garage in the front and street side yard setbacks for a single family residence located at the southwest corner of Mission and First Avenue, adding a whereas statement that this is an historic structure and that the variance is a reason to support the variance is to maximize the protection of the scenic resource. Does that work for you, Brandon?
Thumbs up.
Second it.
Thumbs up. Okay.
Thumbs up, that's good. Thank you.
Commissioner Locke, did you second that?
Yes.
Okay. So we have a motion to accept the track one approval and the variance with the whereas as stated by Commissioner Delves. Is there any more discussion on this item? Okay, here.
Yeah, I just want
Okay.
to add something. I'm not, as I said, it was obvious that Ms. Ferris's choice was to do it at the other end of the house. I understand the reasoning of historic review, but I think it comes short, not to insult them, but in approving this side because it still blocks the same 20 feet of the house, either side. And it certainly would have been easier construction there and there's more flat space. So I'm sorry that they didn't see this second proposal. And I understand no one wants to wait another couple of months to have it go through, the historic review and planning commission again. But I'm really not trying to make your life difficult, Ms. Ferris. I just want to do the best for preserving our forest as much as we can. And
Commissioner Lehman, do you want to make a substitute motion? Or are you just expressing an opinion for the record?
Well, I would like to make a substitute motion if
You have the right to make a substitute motion if you want. But it will have to receive a second. In other words, in order to take precedent for the motion that we have on the table.
Yeah, well, I would like to make a motion that this is taken back before historic review as an alternate area for the garage, to go back to putting the garage in that initial DG parking space. And that's it.
So I think your motion would be to continue the application with direction to the applicant to relocate the garage at the west, was at the northwest corner of the property. Is that correct? Is that
Yes.
correct, Brandon? Is that the correct?
No,
Yeah,
it's the northeast, isn't it?
Would be the
Oh, the
northwest.
I think it was northwest.
Yeah.
But just to clarify, so Commissioner Lehman, that is the location that the Historic Resources Board has already reviewed and said they did not find that location consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards. So is it your intention to send it back to the Historic Resources Board and ask them to reconsider that same location again?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion to,
Well, I'm sorry, Chair LePage and Director Swanson. The other alternative would be to appeal it. And I think that would be a costly alternative, and I don't want to put the
who would appeal
applicant
it?
through that.
Who would appeal it? The applicant has presented us with a
I
location.
I understand that.
So I mean.
But we're talking about it all.
Right, but the commission can't, a sitting commissioner can't file an appeal. It would have to be somebody from
I'm
the
not
public.
talking, I was not making any reference to my appealing it. I said they would have to appeal it, Chair
All right,
LePage.
all right, okay.
That if they prefer it, since it was their first choice when they approached historic review, if they prefer it, then they can very well appeal the historic. I just want to tell them they have that option, but if we could vote to send it back to historic review, they wouldn't have to get through that costly alternative.
So Chair, this is Brian Pierick. I'm the city attorney. Unless there's a procedure that I'm not familiar with governing this planning commission, which I typically do not attend, but I'm here tonight, so I figure I should earn my keep. I think that, let me ask this question. Did the original motion that was on the floor, did that get a second?
Yes, it did.
Okay, so my advice to you procedurally would be that you would take the
Vote on it.
vote on that original motion first, since that was the first motion that was made. And then if that motion fails, then to consider the substitute motion.
It was my understanding from our rules of order that if a substitute motion is made and seconded, then that motion be voted on first. I think that's what our rules of order state. But I'm just trying to follow what I understand, my understanding of our rules of order.
I'll defer to Brandon on this.
Yeah, Councilor, I do believe that the Robert's Rules of Orders, if there's a substitute motion on the floor, that is actually acted on first.
Okay.
Has to get a second.
Right, it would have to get a second before it would become
And then it would
active.
get voted
for
on,
a-
and if it's approved, it would actually supplant and be the approval. But if it doesn't get approved, then you would go back to the original motion that had already received a second.
All right, well, I'll defer to your knowledge on that.
But thank you for your input. We appreciate that. Okay, so Commissioner Lehman, you have made a motion and your motion is out there. So I'm asking, is there a second on this motion? The motion is that it would be returned to Historic Resources Board for reconsideration to locate the garage on the northwest corner of the property as originally, I don't know if it seems like it was originally proposed, I'm not sure. Before Ms. Ferris, before I give you the floor, I want to see if we get a second on this from any of the commissioners. Okay, we don't have a second, so that motion will not be a substitute motion. So as part of discussion on the first motion, Ms. Ferris, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to explain a little bit further about the other location as well. The way that it was originally proposed, it does actually block more of the resource because the entire detached garage is actually blocking the house. The way it is now, it's not blocking, the entire garage is not blocking the house. So a section of it is actually not blocking it if you look straight onto it. Another another thing, you're concerned about the oak trees to the rear of it. If we were to actually flip it to the other side with the originally proposed location, it is almost, it is actually close to those grove of trees as well. There is another one there that is pretty close to. So it'd be running into the same kind of situation with the trees if we were to do it on the other side. Just wanted to mention that to you before this.
Thank you. And I want to acknowledge that Commissioner Lehman's concern about the trees is very valid. We've had a lot of issues with trees, and I appreciate her concern for that. We have strengthened the language in our approvals to try to address that. And I know that the city forester has been very active in trying to protect our trees. So I hope that will address concerns that Commissioner Lehman has, because those are definitely very serious concerns. So with that said, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Commissioner Delves,
Yes.
Commissioner Lehman,
No.
Commissioner Locke,
Yes.
and Chair LePage.
Yes, the
you.
motion is passed. Thank you, all of you. Okay, the next item on the public hearings tonight is another design study. This is DS 21-136, and it's also a lot merger, LM 21146. This is the Esperanza Carmel project. It's consideration of a final design study and lot merger and coastal development permit for the merger of two legal lots, demolition of an 1,802 square foot single-family dwelling and construction of a 517 square foot detached single-family dwelling and construction of a 517, excuse me, I'm repeating myself. Okay, the proposed project is located on Scenic Road 3 and 4 southwest of 9th and is in a single-family residential zone. And can we have staff report, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Chair LePage and Planning Commissioners. Brandon Swanson with the Community Planning and Building Department, here to present Esperanza Carmel DS 21-136, coming back for consideration of a final design study after your preliminary consideration of this project. Just a reminder on the scope, we've got two 4,000 square foot lots. This does include a lot merger, so that lot line you see down the middle will be going away, or would be going away if this were approved. Lot 6 on the left, there's an existing 1,800 square foot residence that will be is proposed to be demolished, and the project proposes to build a 517 square foot guest house. On that lot would be a pool, landscaping, and a patio. On lot 7, the lot on your right, which again will be merging and going away, there's an existing 2,100 square foot residence that will remain, and there's landscaping and site coverage proposed on that lot currently. If you recall, we had a concept design hearing on June 9th. The concept plans would replace a previous entitlement, DS 19-149. This was a previous approval that went through the Planning Commission and gained approval, and it's actually in the process of a building permit right now. This approval would replace that. It reintroduces the lot merger that was not part of the previous entitlement. It retains the one single family dwelling and then demolishes the other one to create one guest house and moves the pool back outdoors. If you recall from the previous entitlement, 19-149, the pool went indoors. At our concept design hearing back in June, the commission was generally supportive of the new proposal. However, there was still concerns over the swimming pool relative to impacts on Scenic Drive. So if you recall, I'm going to focus on the pool and a couple of other items since this is a final details, and the commission was generally supportive of everything else. And we do have a large item coming up next, so I want to be sensitive to time. But this is the pool. This is generally how a rising pool works. You can see almost as a staircase, it comes up and then effectively becomes a patio for those that don't recall what that is. So as I mentioned at the concept hearing, the real concern was about the swimming pool and its relationship to scenic. The Planning Commission at the concept hearing requested a 6-foot fence. If you recall, the fence was proposed outside of the front setback, which would allow it to have been built up to 6 feet. The commission requested that it go to that maximum height to minimize the impact to scenic road, noise, visual impact, things like that. The applicant has revised the plans. However, they did not take the fence up to 6 feet. They, in fact, moved the fence closer to to scenic. It's now a 4-foot fence. It's inside the front setback where a 4 foot is the max height that's allowed. However, in their modified plans, they did enhance the landscaping to help with the noise and visibility of the pool. We will see that here shortly. Staff analyzed the revised proposal, and despite the fact that it did not meet the request of the Planning Commission, staff does feel that it meets the goals of what the commission was trying to accomplish as the project is conditioned. The landscaping will go a long way to cut back visibility and noise as long as it is maintained in perpetuity, and there are conditions that are included to make sure that happens. However, of course, the commission does have discretion to not approve the 4-foot fence within the front setback. Some visual representations for you here at the top. You can see that's from the concept plan on June 9th with the 4-foot fence setback behind the front setback. On the bottom right-hand corner, you can see the representation with the landscaping included. As I mentioned, we do have a recommended condition of approval, number 24, that requires the vegetative screening to be maintained in perpetuity and replaced if it were to die. We have revised sight lines from the street, as you can see at the top of your screen. This was from the June 9th hearing. You can see where the red line goes, roughly, a foot or two below the top of the roof line. And now with the enhanced landscaping and the realignment of the fence, the sight line gets just to the top of the roof there. Other things to consider from the original hearing, tree protection. There are 2 significant Monterey cypress trees. We have included recommended conditions of approval based on the forester's recommendations and also our standard conditions. Condition number 5 typically speaks to foundation work around trees, but we've modified that condition to include excavation for the pool because we don't see a lot of pools here. And so we wanted to make sure that was also protected, that any excavation within a certain distance of trees for the pool was also done by hand. And then of course, our tree protection. Our forester's recommendations from the concept review had to do with retaining a consulting arborist, which we've added as a condition, and also the application of fungicide on site to ensure landscaping was healthy. Lighting is an issue, obviously, along scenic. The existing residence, there's no new lighting proposed. The guest house has 2 light fixtures proposed. They are downward facing sconces. You can see the image of them on your screen right now. They meet all of the requirements in our code. There is no landscaping lighting proposed, and currently there is no pool light proposed because it is not required by the residential code. The commercial code does require pools for safety, however, the residential code does not. However, if in the future the applicant decided that they wanted to put in a pool light for safety, there is a condition, a special condition that staff is recommending that any future lighting be kept at the bare minimum allowed by the safety guidelines of the building code. So there are guidelines for the residential code for pool lighting. So it be kept to the bare minimum to reduce glare and light pollution. Other special conditions that have been included in order for staff to make a recommendation for this to be consistent. Condition number 31 requires withdrawal of the existing building permit within the 10-day appeal period if the Planning Commission were to approve this project. That's to ensure that we don't have 2 building permits for one site going through at the same time. Condition number 29 requires practical ingress and egress for the 2 vehicles. When you do a lot merger, you essentially are creating a situation where now everything is one lot. And so we have a guest house and a main dwelling, which requires 2 parking spaces. There is a 2-car garage in the main dwelling. However, in staff's opinion, the driveway is not practical for 2 cars to get in and out. So there would need to be slight modifications to the site plan and landscaping to make sure the 2 vehicles can get in and out. So a special condition has been included for that. And then lastly, condition number 30, colors and materials to match. They are proposed this way, but just to make sure that it happens so that it becoming one lot, it appears that the guest house is married to the main dwelling. As you may have seen, there was an errata memo that went out yesterday to the Planning Commission to correct the resolution. There were some clerical errors. Condition number 5, we added that language for protection to include the pool excavation, not just for foundations. Condition number 11 was indeed deleted entirely because there is no stone facade work taking place as part of the proposed project. And condition number 28 was modified, as I mentioned, to include if in the future any plans were to include a pool light, the lighting would be kept at the bare minimum needed. We also, staff would like to ask that condition number 1 be modified. This was not part of the errata memo, but we are including the language here on the screen for you. The incorrect project description was listed. It should read as shows on the screen. It's just the project description for this project. For some reason, there was a project description from a different project in there. So this would just clarify that in the resolution. So with that, based on the conditions, the staff is recommending staff is recommending that the commission adopt a resolution approving the final design study for the lot merger, the coastal development permit, and the project as proposed to demolish a single-family dwelling, build a guest house, and retain the existing single-family dwelling while installing a swimming pool on the site. And with that, staff is available for questions.
Are there any questions for Brandon from the commissioners? Give the commissioners a chance to get back. Any questions for Brandon?
No, not for me.
Okay, thank you, Brandon. All right, June is the architect on this project. June, would you like to make a presentation?
Yes, can I share screen?
Yes, you can. At the bottom, there's a share screen. You see it?
Okay, can you see my screen share?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
I can.
I just want to point out a few things. One, regarding the driveway comment and condition, we have amended the driveway. Initially, I don't know if you can see my hand here. Initially, we're putting planting on the perimeter. We took that out to allow for the full width of a 2-car garage. So that's one. Regarding, I don't know if you've seen this landscaping plan. This was prepared by Mission Landscaping. And I just want to explain further why we decided to move the fence towards scenic. The owner is very concerned with visibility and noise, especially noise. So what we're proposing is in front of the fence, heavily landscaped area, and behind the fence as well will be heavily landscaped. So we'll end up with layers of landscaping that will help attenuate sound. And that's the reason why we moved the fence. In fact, another share screen, I want to do, how do I do this? Stop share, another share screen, boom. There we go, share. Okay, do you see it? Oh, here.
Yes, you can see it.
I pulled out the.
June, we lost the screen.
We lost it, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
You switched over to another screen. You might want to click back over to the one with the landscaping on it.
Okay.
And then maximize that because we can barely see it.
Share screen again. Okay, that's the one. Share. Okay, better?
There you go.
Okay, so.
But maximize it if you can. There you go.
So what I'm trying to say is we pulled out from the streetscape the parcel itself to show you how lush the vegetation would be, and you'll never ever see the fence. And that's the owner's intent. I just want to point out, because that's very important to the owner. And I think it's more than meet the intent of the direction you gave me last time. This will allow for almost 8 feet of screening, maybe more. And we are starting with mature vegetation with this proposal. So immediately you'll have the height that you're looking for. So I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Commissioner Locke, you have a question?
Yeah, June, what is the purple plant that you're showing here? And is that what you're planning to put in?
Yeah, I'm not a plant person, Stephanie. I guess it's Limonium perezi. Let me put back the landscape plan again.
And obviously there's succulents there as well. My question actually goes more to how do those plants appear when they're not in full bloom? I think they're the ones that dry purple. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what they are. But they do get trimmed down and then come back up. You know, different seasons, your gardeners will cut them down and then they come back up. So I'm not sure that you're going to really be able to keep that hedge as thick and full as it might appear in your rendering.
I cannot answer that, Stephanie. I need to defer to the land. Unfortunately, the landscape architect is not here.
A good portion of that is the other varietal. It's Westringia. That's an evergreen.
Yeah, Westringia and the Sunset Gold, I guess.
Yeah, this one on the bottom here. It's the larger circles.
That's the coast. It's a coast rosemary. I'm looking at it's a larger view on mine.
Yeah.
So the larger green circles is a coast rosemary.
It's an evergreen, I believe.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so it doesn't. It's not annual. Oh, it does bloom. I think it blooms, but
the foliage remains year round.
Yeah, right. Foliage remains. Okay. Are there any other questions for June from the commissioners?
I have one that was brought up on site, June. I know you said that the pool doesn't need fencing, safety fencing, because it's hidden below the rising floor. But supposing you have a situation, and I'm trying to, think of safety of any children in the neighborhood or anyone passing by. Supposing you have a situation where everyone's been swimming and then they decide they want to go into the house and have lunch or a snack or whatever. And the pool is left unattended, but they're not going to close the pool if they're coming back to it in 15 minutes or half an hour and then reopen it. And that's what I'm concerned about, that you're going to have, some kid just walk into that pool and get hurt. Oh. And I think that I'm concerned that as a planning commission, that if we don't bring this up as a possibility, remote though it may be, I just can't see that they're going to be opening and closing that pool like it's a door. And, the California code is very specific about 5-foot fencing around a pool with any gates be alarmed. So if anyone starts to climb over or meddle with it, those alarms will go off. And it's to save a child's life, really. So, any of us don't want that responsibility on us, that we've let this go by. And I know it can still be screened well, but it would, I think this has to be brought up. And I'm bringing it up because I want the protection for the commission, really.
Thanks, Gail, for bringing it up. First of all, I want to understand your question. Are you referring to the owners using the pool or random people entering the pool?
I'm worried about random people entering the pool.
Okay, to answer that question, if you see my hand, there will be a fence here and a fence here. So there's no way any random people could enter the property. That's one. Number two, I think when you say 5-foot fence and electronic gate, that applies to commercial projects. For residential projects, the code would be a pool cover. In our case, we have a solid pool cover. So for residential code, the 5-foot fence doesn't apply. The fence, under residential code, either a fence or a pool cover suffice. In our case, we have a hard pool cover. So obviously when we submit to the building department, these will be addressed by the building department and they will tell us what they would want. But as far as my knowledge of residential code is concerned, fence is not required for residential pools.
Okay. Any other questions for the architect?
June, I just did look it up, and it's pretty clear on the internet about a 5-foot fence.
Well, I think I think
Or
Commissioner Lehman,
residential pool fencing.
yeah, I think this is going to be handled by the building department. So
Well,
if
good,
it is,
I hope so.
if it is a requirement for, by the state building code, then that's going to be something that's going to happen in the building code, the building department plan check. So I think it's not really what we're considering here today. I understand you're concerned about liability, but this is, if it's a building code matter, then that's going to be handled when this goes to the building department for its.
And Chair LePage, if I could, just so it's on the record in the testimony,
All right.
I would like to confirm that on behalf of the city that when we do get the building plan set in, either our chief building official or our contracted plan review CSG will be looking at these, and we will not sign off on plans unless they meet the international and California building codes that are adopted by the city. So rest assured, if it's required for the residential, we will not be approving anything unless there is a fencing included.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Okay. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to address the planning commission regarding this application? This would be the time. Any hands going up? Anybody see anything? I don't see any.
See any, Mr. Chair, and no one's unmuting themselves, so I think you might be good.
Okay, I'm going to close the public comments, open it up to the commission for their comments. Commissioner Locke, would you like to begin?
Sure. Yeah, I think Commissioner Lehman's comments are definitely a concern to me as well. And I'm a little bothered by the reversal from our recommendation to go with a 6-foot fence and drop it down to a 4-foot fence. It is the California Pool Safety Act of 2018 that I think we're talking about here that requires the fencing or other safety measures. And so Brandon, thank you for letting us know that will be reviewed, and hopefully it doesn't have any impacts to what we're approving today or the way that the plans are. Yeah, like I said, my concern is I am concerned about a 4-foot fence versus the 6-foot fence that we had talked about before. This is a unique project, and I guess I'm just going to leave it at that. I don't really have any other comments on it.
Thank you, Commissioner Locke. Commissioner Dells, would you like to make some comments?
Yeah, I'm prepared to support this project. I'm prepared to support it with the 4-foot fence. But I think that was true a month ago for me, mostly because the top of that 4-foot fence is many, many, many feet more than that above the street, because everything is raised there quite a bit. And I do like the addition of the vegetation. And it's interesting. We've had recent conversations about fences and gates, and I'm learning, that in general, we try to encourage an openness, and that people can see into yards and into properties, and to not create a fortress, appearance. And I think in this case, we're almost going in the opposite direction because there's a swimming pool. And I understand the attractive nuisance of the swimming pool. I think based on what they showed me, whether it's a 4-foot fence or a 6-foot fence, I don't think we're seeing the swimming pool from the street. You're looking at the top of that building in the back. So I'm supportive.
Thank you, Commissioner Dells. Commissioner Lehman, would you like to make a comment?
Sure. I'd like to go back to what we had talked about originally at our last meeting with the 6-foot fence and the foliage. It was not to be ground planting, but I think we were pretty clear that we had wanted trees. And there are so many trees that become just about from the ground up to be green. And we see these trees that have become hedges all around Carmel. We have some in our own home, and obviously not in the front of our house because we weren't trying to shield anything, but we were trying to get protection to get and give protection to our next door neighbors. and we planted California wax myrtles, and they're completely filled in now, although it's taken a couple of years. But there are trees that will give, 6 to 10 foot protection, and they certainly can be cut back to 6 or 7 feet. But that will screen that pool from the street. And in essence, it's really a side yard of Esperanza, of the Esperanza property, or the Pastor property. So I don't think it, I was so definitive, and I thought we understood that, and I'm sorry the landscape architect isn't here, but those can be trees that will give us a hedge-like screening. And, as lovely as all the colors look in the rendering, I don't think that is going to be accurate or sufficient for giving the privacy to that pool. And if the family actually does want the privacy, then I think we have to think in terms of trees.
Okay, are those your comments?
Yes.
Thank you. I understand this, what the applicant has come back with is a little different than the direction was given, but I think the whole intent here is to screen this pool from scenic. And in the last meeting, I wasn't really, I think I expressed that I was not really in favor of a 6 foot high fence, because I don't want to have a walled off look on scenic. I was much more in favor of a tiered look, and that's what they've come back with. I was concerned about that plant, the coastal rosemary. It grows to 6 feet. It's an evergreen plant. They've got a lot of it distributed on both sides of the fence. So I think what the landscape architect has presented will provide the screening. So I'm prepared to support it as it is presented to us at this time. Let me bring up the motion here. We can kind of take a look at that. I did open it ahead of time. Resolution, it's got not the motion, the resolution. So this, the resolution as presented by staff is an approval of final design study and the lot merger and the associated coastal development permit for the demolition of the existing residence. And
Mr. Chair, could I make a suggestion? I'm sorry to jump in.
yeah, go ahead.
I'm just thinking through the commissioner's comments. Usually don't like to insert myself at this point, but if the commissioners, I heard at least 2 that were concerned about, the height and how the landscaping would actually work, perhaps rather than specifying a tree versus a hedge, there could be language added to the special condition about maintaining the vegetative screen. There could be language added there that requires it to be maintained at a height of 6 feet, if that's what the commission wants to see. So then leave it in the hands of the landscape architect to decide what it is, but then just dictate how tall the commission wants it to be. If it's 6 feet, if it's 5 feet, I don't know, that's up to the commission, but that may be a way to assuage some of the concerns that I heard from the commission. But of course, that's up to you all.
Yeah, I thought there was something in there about that.
It currently doesn't say the height, it just says it must be maintained.
Okay,
It says a minimum of 6 feet.
that's what I thought. Yeah, I thought it was in there. Yeah, I thought I saw it. So, so that is in there. Which condition was that, Commissioner Dels?
I think it was 24.
24. Okay, let me get down to that. Okay, yeah. So the first special condition says all landscaping along the western property line, which provides screening for the pool area, should be kept at a minimum height of 6 feet and maintained for as long as the pool exists on the property. Landscaping that provides screening for the pool will be kept in good health and replaced at any point in time if it dies or deteriorates to a point where it no longer provides screening of the pool.
That explains why I made that recommendation, because I wrote that condition. So
Okay.
hard to confuse the situation.
Very good. All right. Yeah, so the next special condition refers to the arborist for monitoring the trees. 26 is the fungicide. I believe that Brandon went over these in his presentation. Protection of the tree measures is 27. Pool lighting, there's no pool light proposed, but if there is, then it has to meet the minimum wattage and brightness standards. The garage access, I believe, which is 29, I believe that the architect said that they are planning on doing that. 30 is color and materials, match existing residents, and 31 is the permit withdrawal from, I think, I think that was the previous permit. So that's the resolution we have. Would one of the commissioners like to make a resolution? You can add special conditions or whatever you feel is necessary.
I'm glad to make a motion to support it now that I see that. Thank you, Brandon, that resolution is in there, because I thought we were pretty specific about that. And I know we also wanted a 6-foot fence, but if it was the screening we were after, and the rendering that the landscape contractor has given to June to be presented is not accurate. So I think we have to note that is not what is in the special conditions. So we want, obviously, the special conditions have to be adhered to.
So you want to make a motion to?
I move for approval of this with the adherence of the special conditions, and in particular, the condition for vegetative screening at a minimum of 6 feet.
Okay, all right. So it's we have a motion to accept the resolution as per staff with a special condition, specifically also the height of the screening. Do we have a second for that?
I'll second it.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, can we have roll call, please?
Yes, Commissioner Delbs,
Yes.
Commissioner Lehman,
Yes.
Commissioner Locke,
Yes.
Chair LePage.
Yes, okay, the motion is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
I'm going to propose that we have a recess for 15 minutes before we get to the next item. Is that okay? All the commissioners on board with that?
Excellent.
Okay, so we're going to recess. We will reconvene at 6:30. We'll make it 6:35. It's a little over, but that'll be a little over 15 minutes. Okay, so we're going to recess till we'll reconvene at 6:35. Okay, I'm going to reconvene the meeting at this time. Can we have roll call, please?
Yes, Commissioner Delves,
Here.
Commissioner Lehman,
Here.
Commissioner Locke,
Here.
Chair LePage.
Here. Okay, thank you, everyone. Okay, we'll pick up our last item on the public hearings tonight. This is a design review and use permit. It's DR 21-115. This is consideration of a design review and a use permit. The use permit is UP 21115, well, the same. Verizon Wireless, and is located, it's a consideration of a coastal development permit for the installation and operation of a wireless telecommunications facility on a utility pole in the public right of way, and it's located in the multifamily residential zone, the R4, and it's on Carmelo Street. Can we have the staff report, please?
Certainly. Thank you, Chair LePage. So the project before you this evening is a new wireless communications facility. As you mentioned, it is located on the east side of Carmelo. It's between 8th and 9th Avenues. The facility is proposed within the public right-of-way. The adjacent zoning district is R4, which is multifamily. And the project proposes to replace an existing PG&E utility pole with a new pole that can accommodate the wireless facility. So the existing pole is approximately 40 feet tall. The replacement pole will be 46 feet 6 inches tall. And with the wireless facility mounted to the top, the total height would be 51 feet 1 inch. The facility also includes both pole-mounted equipment and ground-mounted equipment. So the regulations that pertain to wireless communications facilities can be found in Carmel Municipal Code Chapter 17.46. The city also has adopted policies and standards for public way design, and Carmel Municipal Code Chapter 12.08 for encroachments into the right-of-way. So the applicant is seeking the following entitlements: approval of a design review permit, approval of a use permit, an associated coastal development permit, and then also an associated encroachment permit, which will be acted upon by either the city administrator or the city council. So wireless communication facilities are allowed in all zones except the R1 zoning district, and this is per our telecommunications ordinance. While public right-of-way installations are discouraged, they are not prohibited. When evaluating the location of this facility, staff did confirm that it's not located within the adopted view shed, which can be found in section 1712.050 of the municipal code. The location is also outside of the Beach and Riparian Overlay District, which is a district that has higher scenic qualities and additional standards when it comes to views. So the existing PG&E pole is proposed to be replaced. This is an existing utility and to some degree can be considered a co-location since some consider telecommunications also a utility. The pole will increase by a height of 10 feet, and that is inclusive of the antenna on top. And all equipment, including the antenna, the pole-mounted and ground-mounted equipment, will be painted to blend in with the natural surroundings. So this graphic here is a comparison of the existing pole on the left and the proposed pole on the right. The red dashed line just simply shows the difference between the existing height and the additional height. You can see on the right-hand side at the very top is the antenna mounted to the pole. As you come down the pole, there's the equipment cabinet. And then as you reach the ground, there's the ground-mounted equipment. On the far right, you can see a graphic of what the antenna will look like when mounted to the top of the utility pole. And per the Public Utilities Commission requirements, there is a minimum 6-foot clearance between the top of the transmission line and the wireless antenna. And the applicant is proposing to comply with this by providing a 6-foot 3-inch clearance. So I'm going to go into a little bit more detail about each of these components of the facility. So the proposed antenna is 12 inches in diameter, and it's 38.7 inches in height. On the left, you can see the photo simulation of what the antenna looks like when mounted to the top of the pole. This is often referred to as a shroud or cylindrical shroud. The antennas are encapsulated within, and so they are screened in that respect. The pole-mounted equipment is screened in an equipment cabinet, also called a shroud. This cabinet is mounted on the south side of the pole and is oriented sort of south and maybe a little bit southeast. So the equipment cabinet is 72 inches tall. It's 21.74 inches wide, and it will stand off the pole approximately 19.56 inches. So this equipment shroud will be mounted with an 11-foot clearance between the bottom of the shroud and the ground below. Lastly, we have the ground-mounted equipment. So this consists of battery backup for the facility. So this would allow the facility to continue operating in the event of an outage. The location is an existing landscape area that it contains ivy. The project proposes to remove about 40 square feet of ivy, install a concrete pad, and then mount the equipment on top of the pad. There are a couple different options for screening this equipment. One is painting it green, which is staff's recommendation. Another option is a 4-foot tall redwood picket fence. And then also an option, if the commission would like to consider it, the equipment can be wrapped in a variety of different sort of graphical art representations. It could make it something unique if that's something you'd like to consider. So with respect to the encroachment permit, while the Planning Commission is not the decision-making body on the encroachment permit, we are asking for a recommendation. Actually, the code requires that when the Planning Commission is considering a project that requires an encroachment permit, that you provide a recommendation to the city administrator or city council. There are a number of different categories that are addressed when looking at encroachment permits. And so just to address these, so staff finds that it meets the criteria for need in that it increases network capacity. So Verizon has identified that there is a lack of capacity in this area, and this facility would fill that need. The project meets the FCC regulations for RF emissions. The applicant has provided a report from Hammett and Edison evaluating the RF emissions for this project and concluding that it is below the FCC thresholds. Also, the encroachment would not interfere with any existing parking or circulation. It would not interfere with the existing sidewalk, result in the loss of parking. It would simply take advantage of an existing utility pole. It also does not diminish use of the public right-of-way. So again, no parking would be lost as a result of this encroachment. The wireless communication facility is compatible with utility infrastructure. It's located in a landscaped area, which provides a measure of screening, and there are no impacts to significant native trees. So at this point, we're going to go into some of the issues that have been raised by the public. And this is going to be sort of a team effort here. We're going to kind of walk through each of these categories and do our best to respond to some of the written comments and questions that we received from the public as we were preparing for this hearing. So with that, I'll introduce Trip May. He's also going to help us address some of these questions and concerns.
Thank you, Marnie. Good evening, Chair LePage, members of the Planning Commission. I'm Trip May. I'm a partner at telecom law firm, and I'm your outside counsel that specializes in wireless infrastructure issues. As Marty mentioned, we're going to kind of divide these up. So I'll take the first two issues. We've synthesized these questions a bit. So we got a lot of comments that came late in the day, and a lot of them were about the same. So to the extent that they were touching on the same issues, we've tried to boil them down. A big one was, is this 5G or something else? The answer is it's something else. It is 4G. Everything I've seen in the plans, including the application materials detailing the types of frequencies that Verizon is going to use, is consistent with a 4G deployment for their right-of-way facilities. It could be 5G sometime in the future when the equipment becomes faster, because 5G is just a technical standard for what capabilities the facility can do. But at this point, what's being proposed is a 4G facility. A second big topic that came up in the comments that we received late were about whether the facility is compliant with the FCC's RF emission standards, and whether the city has had the opportunity to consider science regarding the health effects of RF emissions on human physiology. The short answer is yes, the facility does comply with the FCC standards. Verizon has submitted a report by Hammett and Edison Engineering, which is a firm that we know to be credible. I've checked their math, and I agree with their findings that their exposure calculations are correct. And the FCC sets the standards. So while there may be other science out there, which is frankly not that conclusive, we couldn't change the standard if we disagreed with what the FCC has given us. So our analysis at the city level is to determine whether it's compliant with the standards given to us by the FCC, and the answer is yes, this facility will comply with those standards. Marnie, do you want to take the next one?
Sure. So additional question that we received was whether Verizon had looked at other suitable locations. So they did. There's a number of utility poles along this stretch of Carmelo. They looked at each one and their viability for the project and settled on this particular pole as being the feasible pole to support the project.
There were several questions that also asked for additional time for residents to conduct their own independent review, or to review the information that had been provided, further than how it has been reviewed by staff. And this is another area that is regulated by the FCC. They have this thing called the shot clock. It is time periods that are established for local governments to act. And if they don't act, there could be consequences, including applications being deemed approved by law. In this case, the equipment that Verizon wants to deploy qualifies for a 90-day shot clock, which, based on when they submitted the application, will expire on August 16th, which is the Monday after this meeting. So if additional time would be available, it would have to be through a tolling agreement that would be given by Verizon. So they have to consent to it. You can ask for it, but if we cannot continue this hearing without their consent.
So the next item, we got a couple different questions regarding preservation of views or view impacts. As I mentioned in the presentation, when staff was reviewing this project, we did confirm that it is outside of the adopted view shed that is contained in the municipal code. We also confirmed its location outside of the beach and riparian overlay district. So in that respect, there are no view policies that would preclude the establishment of this facility. And I think that covers views. The next one is property values. Is that one mine, Trip?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So some concerns were raised about whether the facility would have a negative impact on property values. To the best of our knowledge, it would not. It was not a part of the land use considerations that were evaluated as part of the project. So to the best of my knowledge, there would not be an impact to surrounding property values. And then,
Marnie, just to add to that for the commissioner's benefit, if property values are going to be considered as part of the discussion, the relevant standard requires you to tie a specific impact to a specific property. So if the evidence in the record suggests that all cell towers are ugly and diminish property values, that would not be enough. We need to get a specific fact about this tower to a specific property in order to start to form a basis for considering property values.
great, thank you. So the next item of concern that was raised is regarding construction impacts. Certainly during any construction project, it is a little inconvenient and it is a little noisy. However, we don't foresee this being substantially different from other projects that are under construction in town. The applicant would be required to obtain an encroachment permit. They would need to submit a traffic plan and follow all the rules pertaining to construction and ensuring the safety of the public through completion of the project. The next question impacts to historic property. So we do recognize that La Playa is a historic hotel. It's a wonderful asset in our community. The facility itself is not located on the La Playa property, so it's not required to be reviewed as part of the historic resource. So there would not be any negative impacts associated with this facility on the historic resource.
And likewise, the La Playa Hotel is not listed on the state or national register for historic resources. And so there is no additional analysis that we performed at this level because it didn't trigger, given the lack of listing. I think the last two are mine. Another generic question that was raised in the comments was, does this open the door for other carriers to come in and do whatever they want within the city? And the answer is no, it does not. An approval tonight approves one facility. And under the Telecommunications Act, the city cannot unreasonably discriminate amongst competitive providers. But if it has a reasonable basis to treat people differently or facilities differently in different locations, that it can do so. And some of the factors include, for example, cumulative impacts, meaning there are too many facilities in one particular spot, or just different circumstances about the types of properties nearby. So for example, if there was a facility being placed in the view corridor, then that could be treated differently than one that's placed outside of it. It does not, whatever you do tonight with this application does not set a precedent for future applications. And then there was a lot of questions about future modifications to this facility. There is a federal law on the books. Congress adopted in 2012, Section 6409 of the Middle Class Tax Relief and Job Creation Act, which is a mouthful, but that specific statute allows carriers to modify existing facilities by right so long as they don't substantially change the existing dimensions of that facility. The FCC has interpreted what a substantial change means, and while we may disagree with how substantial their definition is, it is still the controlling definition. In this case, the facility would be subject to the reduced standards for utility infrastructure and facilities in the right of way. So for example, If a future modification wanted to increase the height, it could only go up an additional 10 feet by right, and it could only do so if it did not have to replace the underlying pole, and if it complied with all existing objective health and safety standards. So while it is true that the facility can change in ways that the city cannot control once it's approved, it's the same for all facilities. It applies to things inside and outside the right-of-way. And the standards for this one are relatively lower than they would be for example, facilities outside the right-of-way.
Great, thank you, Tripp. So with that, staff's recommendation this evening is that the commission adopt a resolution approving the design review, use permit, and associated coastal development permit, and then also provide a recommendation to the city council on a permanent encroachment permit. And that concludes our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for staff from the commissioners? Commissioner Dels?
I have a few specific and one general.
They can see us.
Are there any other examples of wireless infrastructure in the public right-of-way in the city?
No, this would be the first facility in the public right-of-way.
All right. And do we have an inventory of all wireless infrastructure in the city?
I'm not aware of having like a map showing the location of each facility, but I think we generally know where they are. There are only a handful.
Yeah, Commissioner Dels, I can speak to that. We do not currently have a listing or a map of all the specific sites for the city.
In general, are they on public buildings? I mean, I'm sorry, I'm asking a general question, but I'm just trying to understand where they are today.
The main ones that people are mostly aware of, we have one on top of our public works building. It's that big flagpole, actually. That's a cell phone tower. We have the one that was just recently approved on top of the Sunset Center. There is an existing site there already. Also, multiple sites there. I believe there's one in downtown Carmel. I believe it's on top of the Dowd Arcade. I believe there's one there. And I'm not certain. I believe there are a few more, but I don't know exact locations.
Can I quickly interject also? I know that I believe just outside the city limits on Camino del Monte, there is a similar type of tower on one of the poles that's just before you get to the statue or former statue.
Thanks. It would seem like an inventory of this stuff's going to keep coming at us. And yeah, this is just 4G. When 5G rears its head, it's going to be even more so. And I think we really have to get in front of it. And that starts by knowing where we are. Second question is a zoning question. Such facilities are not per zoning allowed in R1, in the residential district, but they are allowed in other districts. And specifically across that, Esperanza is, what's the zoning district there?
Commissioner Dels, you said Esperanza. You're talking about the previous project?
Sorry, La Playa. La
Playa. The specific zoning where La Playa is R4, which is our multifamily residential zoning district.
And so the question is about zoning of the public right-of-way. Does it share the zoning with the adjacent district? And where's the division? Is it in the middle of the street?
That's correct. The zoning lines run out to the middle of the street. So this right-of-way would share the zoning with the La Playa Hotel.
And we've had examples of that. I mean, that's been, well, is that how the maps are drawn? I guess is the.
That's correct. If the way that the law is, if, like, let's say, for example, the city was going to extinguish ownership of half of a road, that section that would then become part of the property would retain the zoning that's on that site. So it is tied to the parcel from the inside of the half of the street.
Okay. Our next question is on noticing. Several of the of people writing in just expressed the concern that it's sort of like, I just found out about this. For noticing, explain to me what the noticing requirement is and what noticing was done and how we know it was done.
10 days.
Certainly, I can speak to what was done, and then our city attorney, Brian Pierrick, may want to go a little bit deeper, but the noticing requirements for this project are the same for other projects by our code. So it was the newspaper, the 300-foot, and then the 100-foot by hand. And of course, posting on site. So the noticing requirements were exactly the same for this project as they are for any other development project in the city, and those were done. It was duly noticed.
And is that noticing done by the applicant?
The posting on site and the 100-foot hand delivery is. The mailing of postcards and the putting in the paper, that's done by city staff.
And 300 feet, is that going to take it to the end of the block? I'm not good with that spatial sense.
It would probably get you to the end of the block. Yeah, I can't say for sure just looking at it, eyeballing it, but.
Yeah, understood. Okay, so ish, it would get you to the end of each block because it's in the middle of the block, and it would probably get you. Well, I'd be curious. Does it get you all the houses on Carmelo and Camino? Well, it's the hotel on Camino. Those are my specific questions. My general question, and this may, I'm going to introduce it, and Michael, maybe you can direct on how it gets answered and when. But it's the idea of us being a rubber stamp on something has been raised, and frankly, that's somewhat how I feel on this one. And starting with a shot clock that's a 90-day shot clock that expires almost tomorrow. It's on the 16th, so yes, we have a week. But and maybe this is for Tripp, is what basis do we need to have? And I'm not prejudging this. I'm really trying to understand it. And what basis, upon what basis can we deny this? And I think that's the question. And what are the consequences if we do?
And Commissioner Dells, before Tripp answers that question, I do think that's an appropriate question for him because he's very well versed in the requirements of local jurisdictions versus the federal government regulations. But I just wanted to note that Marnie has put up on the screen the 300-foot noticing radius from GIS, just so you can see where that does touch.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And I'll let Tripp answer your question.
Thank you, Commissioner Delps. Any denial of a personal wireless service facility has to have substantial evidence in the written administrative record. It has to be made within a reasonable period of time. So in this case, tonight or by August 16th. And that substantial evidence standard is deferential to local decision-making, but it has some caveats. So for example, you must be able to tie specific evidence about the facility to a specific requirement in your code that it does not meet. So if you are considering a denial, that is the basic standard that you have to meet. There are other layers of preemption that is piled upon you. And so if you feel like a rubber stamp, but let me tell you firsthand that the FCC and Congress has taken away a significant amount of your typical zoning discretion. But for example, even if you had substantial evidence to deny an application, if the denial would result in unreasonable discrimination, it would be invalid. Or if the denial would result in an effective prohibition of Verizon's ability to provide its service, it would be invalid. Or if the evidence in your decision was regulating the environmental effects of radio frequency emissions to a standard that is different than what the FCC requires and imposes upon us, then it would be invalid. So it is like a zoning decision where you have that substantial evidence standard and you look at your findings, but it is unlike a typical zoning decision in that you have to consider those other substantive limitations on local authority when you're making those kinds of choices.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Delfs. Do any other commissioners have any questions for the presenters? Mr. May or Marnie? I don't see any. Okay, thank you for that presentation. Okay, I'm going to open it up to the call upon the applicant. Would the applicant like to address us at this time?
Yes, good evening. My name is Pete Shubin. I'm with Sequoia Deployment Services representing Verizon Wireless tonight. I'm here with 3 other people to answer your questions. Paul Albritton, Raj Mathur, and Dwayne Bonham. We'd like to start with Dwayne providing a clarification regarding the 4G or 5G question. And he'll clarify exactly what technology is being used at this facility. Dwayne?
Okay, am I unmuted?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I had multiple mutes on. When we originally had proposed this project, it was planned as strictly a 4G site. Recently, there have been enhancements to the equipment that is being utilized in this site where the 850 megahertz 4G carrier alternates back and forth between 4G and 5G and can service both. It does not increase the power. It really is no change to what was provided, but it allows quicker response time to inquiries. And it is a form of 5G, a very low level form of 5G. But I did want to clarify that just due to time and the evolution of equipment, that this site will light up the 5G marker on a phone when it's turned up.
Raj, can you clarify the exposure impact of that, if any?
Yeah, good evening. Good evening. My name is Raj Mathur. I'm with Hammett and Edison. We are an independent consulting engineering firm located in Sonoma, and I'm a licensed professional electrical engineer in the state of California. What Dwayne said earlier does not change the RF exposure conditions that we studied in the site. What he's talking about is akin to like a software change. So he's making a minor software change in the equipment, and there's no change in power, and the equipment is all still the same. So again, there's no change in RF exposure conditions, and the site will continue to comply with the FCC limits. And if you have any further questions about those, I'd be happy to try to answer them. Thank you.
Back to you, Pete.
With that, we are available, commissioners, for your questions. We've been working with the city on this projects and improving coverage in Carmel since 2017. This is the last of the projects that are planned. We're available for your questions.
Pete, or one of your associates, could you give a layman's definition of the difference between 4G and 5G? I think that would be helpful for the public to understand.
Paul Albritton here. I'm the outside counsel for Verizon, and maybe I can help with a layman non-engineering response, and if not, the 2 engineers can. But 5G is simply a technology that allows it's a software change that allows for more data to be used on the same frequencies that have been used by Verizon Wireless since 1985 in this 850 megahertz band. Verizon started with analog service in 1985 with this 850 band, and you're going to have the same exposure and same emissions that you have as you'd had then, but they went to 2G, 3G, 4G, going from analog to digital, and now software that merely modifies the bits and dots so that you get more data from 5G. The real concern from the community has been from what's called ultra wideband 5G. And ultra wideband 5G is in the 37 gigahertz range, much higher range than this the traditional cellular band that this 5G will be used. If you've seen any Verizon advertisements, this is called 5G nationwide and not the ultra wideband 5G. But again, it's a software technology change using the same radio, same frequencies, same output, but the software, the 5G software, just like 3G, 4G, 5G, allows more data to be compressed and delivered over the frequency, and that's all that it does.
Paul, would this equipment be able to be modified to the ultra wideband?
No. In order to add ultra wideband to this facility, you would have to add new radios. Verizon is currently using an Ericsson 6701 radio. The 5G frequency is so weak that you actually have to combine the radio and the antenna together into one unit, and they would be separately mounted to the facility. These radios could not provide, each radio is specific to a frequency, and the ultra wideband requires that 37 gigahertz frequency radio and antenna. So in order to do that, we would have to apply for an application to modify the pole. I saw there was a question about this. There was a question about the federal law, section 6409, that allows modifications. And it's the same kind of modification that we just did with the Sunset Center. The Sunset Center was a 6409 modification, and Tripp explained to you at the time. And Verizon went through a CUP, design review, coastal permit, in order to modify an existing wireless facility. If we were to add radios, 5G radios to this pole, we would have to go through the same kind of process. There's no current plan to add 5G to Carmel, by the way. The 5G, ultra wideband 5G, only this nationwide 5G.
Okay, additionally, one other question. So has the FCC established the safety standards for the ultra wideband?
I'll turn that over to Raj, but the answer is yes. And that's the same frequency. It's been used for years. And the frequency range that the FCC established exposure goes above the ultra wideband 5G. It's been used for many different technologies since the 80s. Raj, do you want to follow up on that?
Yeah, I'll just briefly add to it a little bit. The safety standards are based on frequency. They're not based on technology. So you could operate 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, or when it comes in a few years, 6G. That doesn't affect the safety standards. The safety limits are set based on the frequency of operation, like I said. And the reason for that is that humans, we absorb certain frequencies better than certain other frequencies. So in fact, we actually absorb FM frequencies, which are around 100 megahertz, the best. And so the limits are the tightest at 100 megahertz. And from there, the limits actually get looser because from there, whether you go up in frequency or down in frequency, we don't absorb those frequencies very well. And so the limits actually get looser for those. So again, it's all dependent on the frequency of operation and not on the technology. It could be any of the wireless technologies, or it could be AM technology or FM technology. That has no bearing on what the limits are. Hopefully
and the ultra wideband 5G frequency, has that been regulated?
Yes, so the FCC limits go up all the way to 300 gigahertz. And so there are limits all the way past ultra wideband, which is, Paul said, is about 10 times lower than that at about 30 to 40 gigahertz. So yes, there are established limits for ultra wideband frequencies.
Thank you, gentlemen. That's all the questions I have. Are there any other questions from, Commissioner Locke, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just want to clarify. So when you're talking about the potential for doing the 5G radios, ultra 5G radio addition, when we look at the law that allows facility modifications, would that fall under the co-location of new transmission equipment so that, and it would not be a substantial change if you were to do something like change up if this is approved and it's put in, if you were to upgrade it to a 5G Ultra network radio, that would fall under this non-substantial change. Am I correct on that or no?
And it's ultra wideband. I apologize for the terminology,
Yeah.
but it would fall under 6409. But this FCC has said that and I think you should ask Trip May this question. There's certain requirements that you have to abide by, whether it's an approved existing facility and whether it exceeds certain substantial change criteria. But they've said that you can call the permit a variance or whatever you want, as long as you comply with those requirements and approve the facility within a 60-day shot clock. And there still are protections that the city can employ, and Verizon Wireless respected those in your Sunset Center application, where we allowed it to go through various reviews. I don't know if Trip, you want to add to that? I have to say again, there's no current plans for putting 5G in Carmel. I'm in my town up north of you in Sonoma County. I asked, when can I get 5G? And they told me, well, maybe 2035 if you're lucky. 5G ultra wide is going in dense urban areas where you need high capacity, and that's in San Francisco, Oakland, Sacramento, San Diego, San Jose are getting 5G networks, ultra wideband 5G networks. And Dwayne may want to add to that, but I want to allow Trip to answer your 6409 question any further.
Well, I'll ask Chair LePage, would you like me to answer that, or we want to wait till after public comment?
It's a question asked, so you can answer it this time.
Sure. So through the chair, the 6409 rules for modifications are about size, volume, width, height, that kind of thing. There are other rules for changes to concealment elements, but there are no restrictions about changes in technology. So long as the modification would fall within the parameters set by the FCC, they could change it to a different technology and it would still fall within that same category.
Okay, thank you.
I have a follow-up question. My other question is, how many cell towers are currently located within the city limits of Carmel-by-the-Sea?
Dwayne, you want to pick that one up? For Verizon, I assume you mean.
That's who you represent, so.
Yeah.
Or that Verizon rents or uses. They may not be owned by them, but yeah. How many do we have?
You have one at this time.
Is that the one on Sunset Center?
No, that one is not built yet. That one is just approved. That will be the second one.
Okay, so there's one completed.
In the downtown that's been serving the downtown area for years, and the majority of Carmel is served by Lobos Ridge, which is an ancient analog site that is 3 miles south of Carmel. And that's the reason we're have to try to get some traffic off that, is because it sees too much area and it can't handle the amount of traffic in the greater Carmel area.
Can I ask one other question? So the cell tower has a battery backup on it. So if there's an earthquake or other emergency that knocks out power to the city of Carmel, does that battery backup continue? Obviously, it must continue to provide cell service for people within that local area. Is that correct?
Yes, I'll take that. The battery backup will keep the radios working at the site in the area that is served by this specific site. So yeah, it will keep the radios operating for a period of time around this cell site in this coverage area.
That concludes your questions, Commissioner Locke? All right, thank you. Are there any other questions for the presenters from the commissioners? Commissioner Lehman. You're muted.
Thank you for all the information, all of you that are representing Verizon. But I am confused when you say we only have one site that's serving Carmel. It was said at the beginning of this discussion that there's one tower on where the fire where the police station is. And then there's another tower downtown Carmel, and I think that one may be on the northeast, the building on the northeast corner of Ocean and Dolores. That's what Verizon had once told to me. So maybe they were maybe whoever I spoke to was mistaken, and so that counts two. And then there's this other one down, I assume you mean the Carmel Highlands, if it's 5 miles south of Carmel. Perhaps you can clarify that.
Mr. Chair, could I start? Because I think Commissioner Lehman was referring to what staff had said earlier, so I could start there.
Right.
When staff answered the question earlier, we were talking about all cell sites that we're aware of in the city. And I believe when the folks from Verizon answered the question asked by Commissioner Locke, it was specific only to Verizon sites in the city. So I think that's the difference.
I see. So we do have more than, excuse me, more than the Verizon site.
That's correct.
In the city.
That is correct.
And so I think we're back to the same question that I'm not sure if it's been answered. It doesn't seem like it. How many cell sites are there now in the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea, which is 1 mile square plus a little bit of extra that we've added on? And how many are proposed for the future? And I mean like within the next 5 years. How many more are they either making application for them? I mean, what have we got in the pipeline, basically, is what I'm asking.
So I can start from the staff perspective, Mr. Chair, if that's okay.
Yes.
So at this point, Commissioner Lehman, as I mentioned earlier, we don't have a hard count of how many cell phone towers there are. Staff did try. We did receive a question from one of the commissioners about this, and we tried before the hearing to pull up some cell coverage maps. The data was a little bit outdated, and as you might imagine, all the carriers they don't all talk to each other on a regular basis. So getting clear data isn't easy. That is something that I think would be important for us to have a map moving forward. We certainly will work on that as staff. To your question about what's in the pipeline, I've worked in other jurisdictions before as well, both county and city, where cell phone towers were something that the county wanted to look at. I will tell you from experience, it's very difficult to get the pipeline projects, what's down the road from each individual carrier. Nothing against Verizon or AT&T or anything, but they're not usually super forthcoming with what they have planned 5-10 years down the road. One, probably because they don't know, and two, because part of it is a strategic business plan that they don't necessarily want to share with the public. So there's sort of like a double-edged sword there with that. So we don't have a pipeline project to my knowledge, and as a fact, we don't have any other applications in right now. I do know that, but as far as the plans of the carriers go for the future, we're not privy to that. Mr. Albritton may be able to speak and share a little bit about Verizon's future goals, but we don't have anything currently processing through the city.
I'll speak first, if I may, Paul Albritton, and then I'll let Dwayne pick up. But I'm embarrassed to say that I've been doing this since 1984. And what is maybe not anticipated is that the carriers are never aware of what frequencies will be sold or available to be purchased from the FCC, which is the real estate for providing wireless service. They're not aware of the changes in technology that affect the number of towers that may or may not be provided. If you'd asked me several years ago, I would have never said that we'd be putting small cells in jurisdictions. And that's partly due to the frequencies that were sold to Verizon Wireless by the FCC. We were never anticipating that the cell phone would be merged with the internet, or that the internet would become so ubiquitous with respect to apps and navigation. The CTIA just came out with a report that the amount of data that Americans are using doubled in the last 4 years, and it's grown 1,000 times since in the last 10 years. So the carriers are frequently playing catch up to try and meet demand. So an RF engineer like Dwayne will be looking at the demand and the requirements of the network. And in Carmel, the majority of your service is not the Highlands Hotel. It's actually a facility on the top of Lobos Ridge. It's a mountaintop facility 3 miles away that has been serving Carmel. As they monitor the network, and as the demand increases and the signal strengths decline and the technologies are improved, they add facilities to try and meet that demand. Verizon Wireless has one downtown facility right now that is complementing the Lobos Ridge site. We proposed 5 small cells for Carmel. They were rebuffed by your planning commission and the city council. We worked with the city, and we are now proposing 2 facilities, the Sunset Center and this facility on Carmelo. The other proposed facilities are actually moved to the county and will be providing service to Carmel from county locations. There are no currently planned additional facilities for Carmel in the near future. The engineers usually look 2 to 3 years ahead in trying to anticipate the demand and supply, but I'm not aware of any future plans at this point. Dwayne, I don't know if your crystal ball goes any further than that, but perhaps you could. Dwayne is the design engineer for Carmel and would have the answer if there is one.
Yeah, there is one additional over in the shopping area that is east of Highway 1 that we're working on.
Is that in the city of Carmel?
That's not the city of Carmel.
Oh,
That's outside the city.
Oh, that isn't?
Yeah, that's outside the city of Carmel.
That's county jurisdiction.
I assume that's down by the mouth of the valley somewhere.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Are there any other questions for the presenters? I want to move to the public comments if there's no other questions.
not for me, no.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes, thank all of you. We appreciate the technical explanations about this. It's a complicated subject, obviously. Okay, so I'm going to open it up to the public. Ask for public comments this time. Who's got? I see. I'm going to just go down the list here. I don't. This may not be in the order you raised your hand, but it's just the order. I'm going to go from top to bottom. So the first one is Janine Branham. Would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you. Chair LePage.
And just before you start all the comments, let's limit our comments to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Sure. My name is Jeannie Branham, and I am representing La Playa. And I appreciate the opportunity to have this conversation. Since I have 3 minutes and I'm on a timer, I'm going to go really fast. So I am a lawyer, full discretion, but I don't come here to razzle dazzle you with my wonderful lawyering. I'm really here as a business person. La Playa is really asking for more time from Verizon for us to look at this design. We've gone through our property, and at least 7 of our rooms and our breakfast terrace will be impacted by the cell transmitter. And what we mean by that is our view. And I know there's some disagreement on views, but I am aware of what's happened. I'm a San Diego girl, and I am aware of what's happened to the city of La Jolla, Oceanside, and in Northern California, Mill Valley. Once these things go up, they go up all up and down the street. So, and we are concerned about the ability for Verizon to not only increase the height, but if you increase the, if you go to 5G or in the future or whatever else is going to be out there, you can increase the actual width, the volume, and it will directly impact La Playa. And so we're just asking for more time to review the design. We know we can't stop progress. We know this is virtually a hearing that none of us can virtually stop Verizon from doing this, and we all benefit from cell service. but we were one of the properties directly impacted from this. We just got notice of this last week. We haven't looked at the RF study and would like an opportunity to review that as well as it impacts our property. And again, if you haven't seen what's happened to the city of La Jolla and Mill Valley with regards to cells transmitters on existing poles, you should really look at that because it can show you what the potential future of Carmel-by-the-Sea can be. Because I don't know anything about telecommunications law. I am a humble in-house counsel individual. I don't have the bells and whistles that some of these other guys have, but I am a people person. And if you go and you talk to those commissions and those planning commissions, you will see what happens when you pretty much provide one carrier to come in. You cannot discriminate against other carriers. So just to know what the future will look like, I would appreciate, and La Playa would appreciate, an opportunity to partner with Verizon and potentially look at the impact of the design on views from several of our hotel rooms and our coveted breakfast terrace that so many of our guests enjoy, including our locals. So thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Okay, the next one I'm going to call on is, I see Susan Nine. I don't know if that's the name of the presenter, but that's the name I
Yes,
see.
I'm here. Thank you. My name is Susan Hine. I'm speaking in opposition to the Verizon application. The Carmel Wireless Ordinance states specifically that wireless communication facilities are discouraged, both in the public right-of-ways and in R4 districts. And yet the staff's required findings, to which you will be required to attest, states that the proposed use will comply with all zoning standards applicable to the use and zoning district, and that the proposed use will be compatible with surrounding land uses and will not conflict with purposes established for the district within which it is to be located. Nothing is farther from the truth. The very fact is that that this is a residential district and that Carmel codes recognize rights of way and R4 zones as discouraged locations, which amply demonstrates an implicit incompatibility of placing wireless facilities within this district. It is also a zone of great scenic beauty recognized around the world, which is also stated as a discouraging feature within Carmel's ordinance. This location may and should be legally prohibited on aesthetic grounds, as affirmed recently by the California Supreme Court in T-Mobile West LLC v. City and County of San Francisco. Carmel is uniquely positioned to raise the legitimate issue of aesthetics in denying this application, and that you can do that with substantial evidence. Substantial is a reasonable person standard. It's actually a low standard of proof. The required findings also state that granting the use permit would not set a precedent for the approval of similar uses whose incremental effects will be detrimental to the city or conflict with the general plan. This is also false. The Federal Telecommunications Act clearly states in Section 704 that the placement by local authority may not discriminate between providers. Therefore, if you allow one carrier to access rights of way in a residential district, you may not deny access to competing providers. Therefore, it is in fact precedent setting and will lead to incremental aesthetic degradation. It's important to note that location of wireless facilities is guided by state law. It's not a federal, it's not based on federal law, and state law allows cities their full zoning rights to deny on the basis of aesthetics. The required findings also state that the proposed use will not generate adverse effects affecting health, safety, and welfare of neighboring properties. That is also far from the truth. Verizon has not met its burden of proving that less invasive options are not available. It has not been successful in its burden of proof that denial would result in effective prohibition. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker is Barbara Hartwig.
Yes, I'm Barbara Hart-Vixen.
And my husband is with me, Leon Hartvickson, and we live at Casanova and 9th. And I would just like to open our comments by saying that I agree with Commissioner Delves, who said this feels like a rubber stamp. It feels like this idea has been railroaded upon the residents of Carmel-by-the-Sea. They claim they have been noticing, but I would bet you that my neighbors are not aware of this. I was made aware of this a day and a half ago. And I wonder, has the council considered the health effects on humans in this proposed equipment in the area that's been has been zoned for R4, but it affects mostly the area that it affects is actually zoned R1. I don't see how this can be in compliance with the rules. I feel like they have given us 2 or 3 days, which is not enough. We need more time. And that is my main thing, is that we need much more time to be presented with radio frequency studies. These should be made available to all the residents of Carmel-by-the-Sea. We need time to know what is going on for our own health and safety, and that of our children and grandchildren who plan to live in our homes after we are gone.
Yeah.
Leon?
No, so you're right on. We're still seeing articles that there's some real questions and concerns about the safety.
Leon and Hardcastle. Leon.
Jan Ramers. I saw Jan.
Are Harvicksons done, your comments?
Leon, are you finished?
Oh, yeah. I was going to point out that we are in that 300-foot circle and concerned about it. And we just think that more time is needed to go through more of the science.
And I would like to say that I need to see evidence that the FCC has recently updated their guidelines, because my information is that the FCC's regulations are severely inadequate. They're so outdated. And so I believe a lot more needs to be presented to the residents who have lived here for many, many, many years. I think this is very poor if our commission can't stand up for us at this time and say that we at the very least need more time to be shown what's happening to us. Leon, anything else?
Yeah, no, it's done.
Thank you. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Okay, the next presenter, all I can see is a phone number. It ends in 770. The next public comment.
Hi, my name is Allie Dramov. I live on 8th and Carmelo, almost across the street from where this pole is. And my family has lived in Carmel at this residence for 50 years. And as residents, we have to say and have a say as to what our neighborhood looks like and the safety of it. This Verizon tower is ugly, it's out of character with Carmel, and it's dangerous to the community. You should go back and reread Ordinance 96 from 1929. It states that Carmel is a residential community first and foremost, and business and commercial interests are subordinate. This equipment does not belong in a residential neighborhood. We are tired of unelected bureaucrats and global corporations making decisions for us that we have to live with and they don't. You need to listen to us, the residents. We do not want this Verizon tower in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker would be Janet Reimers. Jan Reimers.
Let me unmute. First, let me say that I agree with those citizens who would like to have it elsewhere or not at all in Carmel-by-the-Sea. We live within eyesight of what will be the tower if it does go where it's proposed. The only advantage to it is that it's not in R1, and I think that's an extremely important part of the equation for us to protect our R1 district as much as we can so that we don't have these towers growing up like mushrooms throughout our residential community. One thing that was stated in the document was that findings for 1746-020, a wireless communication facility shall be allowed within all zones except R1. but it also mentions R4. Also, it indicated one of the speakers said something about protection by the city. And for those who have been locals for many, many years, they know that Carmel did not allow antennas for television many, many years ago because they just didn't want to. And I think most of us can understand that some of their citizens who grew up during those times without the benefit of television went on to do really quite remarkable things in their adult lives. So it isn't always good to have the technology. One of the things that I did read or hear it said was that the protection by the city, and I think it's important for the city to protect the city. And if it has to be a tower, at least protect us from having more apparatus put on this tower. The modifications part of this agreement is very concerning. Conditions of approval and standard conditions, modifications, either the Planning Commission or staff has approved a change. So that suggests to me that a staff member over the counter can approve all sorts of apparatus to go onto this one very singular pole that we're being presented now. And that is a huge worry to me. We're within eyesight of it. I'm trying to decide how we're going to protect our windows to the west from any of the radiation that comes our way. So I think that it is a worry. I feel that we're being railroaded, but I don't know what else we can do with the federal government and the laws. And I would hope at least we would protect our community and not have it get any more massive than the design that they now have designed. So thank you for listening, and best wishes to everybody.
Thank you, Jan. Okay, the next speaker, public speaker, would be, I see a phone number ending in 258.
All right, if you're the phone ending in 258, if you hit *6, you'll unmute yourself.
Yeah, Michael McWalters. I think that was me that the number that you referenced.
That's right. This is
I just have a couple of comments. The first is I associate myself with all of the residents who've already spoken up against this thing. Number two is the Point Lobos station is 3 miles south of Carmel. And up until very recently, that's been sufficient for taking care of all our needs. I was on the call when the city was discussing the Sprint tower on the Sunset Center. And I just learned this just now that Verizon's got a facility going up on the Sunset Center. And it's interesting because I just counted back from August the 16th. And it's May the 19th was when this application was submitted. And I just found out about it yesterday. And so for me, there's a lack of disclosure. It's obvious that the notification is a lack of disclosure, but the other lack of disclosure is this Point Lobos station has been fine up until now. And I just learned, and now I'm repeating myself, that Verizon's putting a unit on the Sunset Center roof. So why, when that was going on, why didn't we learn about this thing on Carmelo? Which begs the next question, why isn't this Carmelo between 8th and 9th, why isn't that on the roof at Sunset Center? In other words, why isn't it on a higher place in Carmel? Because we've got, it's interesting. I was looking at the document. It's 49 pages. And I was looking at a map of the tower, and I thought it said 55 feet. And in the beginning, the lady was saying 51 feet. So if you went further up the hill, I think it'd be higher, obviously. You'd get better reception. But it speaks to why haven't we been told the full skinny here? I mean, come on. There's something the matter when 90 days started on May the 19th, and we just heard about it on August 10th. It's like, what happened to June? What happened to July? I mean, come on. So there's some stuff going on here, and I'm sorry that you guys aren't being open and honest and fully transparent. And I've heard, I want to associate my remarks with the protection of the black legless lizard. Good. Protecting the forest.
Good. That's good. I want to protect the Homo sapiens that live on Carmelo and on Camino Real and San Antonio. For those residents, you know, and it's ongoing, the so-called research with respect to the electromagnetic fields and the radio frequencies. And if there's the slightest risk that it impacts the health of people, for God's sake, let's move it up to a different place. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I do know that Mr. Robert Kavner has contacted his cell phone. He would like to speak.
Okay, Mr. Kavner, you have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Well, thank you. Well, I guess I'm one of those Homo sapiens. I own the home that's south of the La Playa. Matter of fact, those of you who've gone to the La Playa see our terrace that overlooks the La Playa Gardens. That terrace in my house overlooks the ocean. It's quite a gorgeous view. There is a telephone pole in that view, but most of that pole sits below the horizon. Only a little bit of it rises into the ocean view. And this pole at 51 feet with the antenna on top that is wider than the pole will materially, and I cannot emphasize that enough, materially sit in the middle of our view. Now, the Planning Commission of this city, I've been a resident for 22 years and watched the Planning Commission over the years with great admiration. You have spent so many hours protecting.
Mr. Kavner,
you might have muted yourself.
Yeah.
Am I live now?
There we go. We got you back.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. So this facility is sitting right in the middle of our view, and to my knowledge, and I went through the applications, they did not, in considering putting the pole here, whether that affects a residence or multiple residents of this city. And I would like to ask that the Planning Commission ask Verizon to consider the effects on individual views, the effects on health of those who live close by. My home is about 120 feet from this pole. I got a notice in the mail. I have it in my hand. It is postmarked the 29th of July. I received it last week. And I'm just trying to figure out what my rights are and whether I have any standing as a member of this community to say this is a big detriment to our property. And I ask the Planning Commission to put that into consideration as it considers this proposal. I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Kavner. Okay, are there any other members of the public? I don't see any other hands. I don't see any other phones.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, here we go.
Hello. This is
All right.
Christy and Doug Hollenbeck.
Okay, you're not 941?
No.
Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Oh yeah, that's me. I'm sorry.
I'll speak after you.
My husband is speaking after me, so I just wanted to say that the day before yesterday, I went around to Carmel, and I spoke to many of the residents in the area. Not one was aware of this meeting. I spoke to at least 20 plus people. We are full-time residents of Carmel. The cell tower on Carmel should not be approved for several reasons. The cities do have the right to regulate and deny based on aesthetics. It is out of character in a historic, charming village of Carmel-by-the-Sea. It's extremely tall and ugly. Once the tower is approved next to residential homes, it opens the floodgates, like others have stated, to other towers. The cities must be equitable and consistent with all carriers so companies can co-locate, causing a bulky, aesthetically unpleasant tower.
The city is required to place towers in least impactful areas, which would be commercial zones, not next to residential homes. The city is required, the towers pose a fire risk. They have been implicated in starting fires and can make fires worse. We don't need that in Carmel-by-the-Sea. The FCC has never said that the levels of radiation they allow are safe. The burden of proof is on telecom companies to prove safety and not on the public to prove that it is injurious. Animal studies prove microwave radiation is not safe. There is incurable brain cancer has been found in male rats. Switzerland has said it will not allow 5G unless telecom proves safety. We should do the same. A cell tower near a school in Ripon, California had to be removed because of an extraordinarily high level of cancer in children and staff after a cell tower was installed. The land and residential and industrial equipment carries hazard warnings, and it's not compatible to be next to residential homes. You have to build a fence, you have to put hazard signs all over that. And people with pacemakers and people who are electromagnetically sensitive have to be made aware of that. That's a big liability for the city. The Sunset Center should be installed first, and we should see what the coverage of the area is before we move to putting in another tower. And the city should know exactly how many towers are in this community. The fact that you don't know that is a bit scary. Before you go and add more towers, find out what you have and use existing towers that are in commercial areas. People with, no one on this planning commission wants a tower next to their home. I know people on the planning commission protested last time when it was near their home. So you have to live with the decision that you're making to put fellow residents at risk.
Thank you. Was there another member of your family that wanted to speak?
Yeah, it's Doug, you guys. I'm also.
Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, here we go. The FCC is using radio frequency emission guidelines that were set in the 90s, over 20 years ago, you guys, based on thousands of papers, according to Dr. Martha Hubert from Harvard, a pediatrician and neuroscientist. Cell tower radiation will cause harm to someone exposed to it for prolonged periods. Radio frequency exposure limits need to be updated based on 20 years of new studies and new data. And you mentioned before, I heard the engineer speak, our current limits at these speeds, these frequencies are 10 watts per meter squared. You go to Europe and some of the German scientists, Swiss scientists, they're using 10 microwatts per meter squared. That's 1 million times different, guys. And that's what they're recommending for their people. Our numbers are based on thermal radiation, heating something up. Their numbers are based on cellular damage. It's so off the mark, you can't believe it. Crowd denial systems for the military, they're going into the higher gigahertz range as you get up there on the higher spectrum of these guys. Is there any peer-reviewed study that this engineer can show that there's no DNA damage or RNA damage from 850 megahertz and on up? I don't think so. The FCC is a captured agency. It is dominated by the industries that it regulates. The previous chairman was, in fact, guess what, a lawyer for Verizon, you guys. Currently, there's a very important case under review, which I didn't hear our lawyers speak about at all. It's amazing. It's called the Environmental Health Trust, EHT et al. Versus the FCC. Case was held February 2021. Currently, the case is in the District of Columbia Court of Appeals. It's consolidated with the Children's Health Defense that's run by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And the plaintiff states the FCC ignored substantial record evidence when it decided that its 1996 radio frequency exposure limits and regulations still provide adequate protection. They ignored the substantial record evidence. The FCC violates the Administrative Records Act because its order is arbitrary and capricious and not evidence-based. Also, the FCC violated the National Environmental Policy Act because the FCC did not take a hard look on the environmental impacts of its decision. You can't make this stuff up. During the oral arguments, one of the judges, Robert Wilkins, told the FCC I'm inclined to rule against you. The guidelines for cellular telephone exposure limits in the 1996 Telecommunications Act are being challenged as I speak at this very moment. The ruling will be coming out in a couple months. Why not let these cases play out? You're setting yourself up for litigation, like Gail said in the last meeting. The New Hampshire Commission on 5G.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Okay.
Okay, that's your 3 minutes. Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else from the public that would like to address the Planning Commission regarding this application?
If you're on a phone, whether it's mobile or landline, you can unmute yourself by hitting *6, or if you're joining Zoom via your computer, on the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, there's a mute button. You can click on that and you will unmute yourself. Chair, doesn't look like anyone's.
Yeah, I don't see it. Brandon, the director requested, Brandon Swanson requested a moment to, or a comment to respond. And I'm also going to give the applicants
audio now on. Start my video.
To respond to.
Video now started.
I don't know, Sony, please mute, whatever, please. All the other applicants, please put yourself on mute. Okay, Brandon, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did want to respond to one thing. I think there was a question or a request from the public regarding the conditions of approval. It's our standard condition number 8, if you recall, for modifications that the Planning Commission has adopted in the past. It does have language about staff or the Planning Commission approving changes. Certainly, as long as I'm the director, I wouldn't approve anything related to a wireless facility at the staff level. I think that would be not very in the spirit of what we're trying to do. And I know that the public cares about those. So of course, I have the right in the code to elevate things to the Planning Commission. But given that, I could get hit by a bus tomorrow, God forbid. But if someone else were the director here, I would want to make sure that that went to the Planning Commission. So I'd be fine if the commission's open to amending condition number 8, that any modifications had to come to the Planning Commission. I have no problem giving up that authority. And I think it would be the right decision, because that's what I would do. If I got an application for modification, I would take it to the Planning Commission if I was able.
Okay, duly noted. I'm sure the commissioners will incorporate that in any motion they make. Okay, I'm going to let the applicant have some time to respond here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are quite a few questions that will need to be answered, and we'll take them based on the topic. The first one we're going to take is the location, having to do with the design, the height, what things look like on this pole. This is the one and only pole in the city of Carmel that currently complies with the code for attachment of wireless antennas, with PG&E's requirements, and with our needs. We've learned this over the past few years, and having walked neighborhoods with the prior director to explain how the PG&E poles and the rules work with wireless attachments, in discussion with the commission and the city council in 2019 and 2020 regarding where sites would be located. That resulted in some 2 locations being moved to the county, as just previously mentioned. There are 4 poles just along this one side of the street along Carmelo. 2 of those are in R1, and so they are not available to any carrier based on their underlying zone of the adjacent property. The other pole, which is the pole to the north of this, is unavailable for wireless attachment because it has what PG&E terms operable equipment. It is a transformer and disconnects on the pole. So a wireless attachment of any form would not be allowed. Due to the lack of other R4 zoned areas, the prevalence of the size of the R1 zone, there are no other locations currently where one of these poles could be placed. With regard to the attachment of 5G to this pole, Mr. Albritton mentioned earlier about the RRU and the antenna needing to be combined. This goes also to where you attach things on a utility pole and how you would attach them to the utility pole. The space is limited, and it would be down below the power conductors. So if it ever was added, that's where it would be. There was a question earlier regarding size and adding bulk up the top of the tower. that would not be permitted just due to the way that Geo 95 works and attachments to utility poles work. So that would be a material change that, as was just recently mentioned by the director, if you modified condition number 8, would need to come back to the commission for review. So that's how utility poles work. Due to the combination of the zoning, due to the combination of PG&E rules, there are no other locations in Carmel that could be permitted at this time. I would ask now that Raj, you address the FCC questions, the guidelines, and how those were established.
Thanks, Pete. Yes, so I can address that and a couple other questions that came up about RF exposure. So the FCC guidelines were originally established in 1996, as was mentioned earlier. Since then, the FCC has twice looked at those guidelines. Well, the first time was in 2005, where they had rules change certain aspects, but did not change the limits themselves. And the most recent one was in 2019, less than 2 years ago, where they took an extremely comprehensive look at the RF exposure limits. They asked their sister agencies like the FDA to comment. They asked the public to comment. And there were, as you can imagine, lots and lots of comments and lots of studies that were looked at. And the upshot of all that was that, again, the FCC concluded that no change in its limits is required. And that's because the scientific evidence continues to show that the FCC limits have an extremely large and adequate safety factor. They have a safety factor of 50 times built into them. There's an extremely large safety factor built in. And the FCC limits actually align quite well with international limits. So I'll give you two examples. The one is the European Union standard, which is called ICNIRP, and that was last updated also in 2019. And their limits are extremely similar to the FCC limits. The other example I'd like to give is IEEE, which is the Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers. It's the largest professional electrical and electronic organization in the world. And they have standard setting body that sets standards on numerous things related to electronics and electrical. One of the things they do is set standards on RF exposure. And I'm actually part of the subcommittee that sets the IEEE standards on RF exposure. And our standards were last updated also in 2019 and are extremely similar to the FCC standard. This site would meet all those limits. It would meet the IEEE limits, it would meet the European limits, and of course it meets the FCC limits. I'd also like to add, Mr. Kavner, I believe, mentioned that his home is 120 feet away, just south of the La Playa Hotel. And we specifically looked at those two locations, that home and the hotel, and calculated RF exposure levels there because they are some of the closest homes and properties to the antenna, and they're at a slightly higher elevation to the base of the pole. The maximum RF exposure level at that home is 4.4% of the FCC limit, and the maximum RF exposure level at the hotel is 4.5% of the FCC limit. What that means is that the levels are 20 times below the FCC limit, or 1/20th of the FCC limit. And again, the FCC limit itself has a large 50 times safety factor built into it. So I'll stop there. But again, if you have any other questions on RF exposure, I'd be happy to try to answer them. Thank you.
Okay, do you have any other response?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Dwayne, can you please address the location and proximity to users?
Yes. As the technologies keep improving, we go up in 3G and 4G. The way the cell sites work isn't the same as they worked in the old analog days. When we originally started covering all of Carmel from the mountaintop with the analog signals, there were not a lot of users on the network, and that site did a very adequate job of covering the city of Carmel. As the number of phones has gone up on the network and the amount of data that is utilized by each device, those old sites that once did an excellent job start to degrade. They cannot carry that amount of traffic. Our easiest solution is to throw technology at those sites and prop them up as long as we can. So we continued to look for what new technology is available to put into that mountaintop site in order to extend the capacity. And we've been doing that for many years. At this point, we're running out of technological options especially for the older 4G technology, and the newer technologies. You really need to be much closer to where your users are. On regards to Sunset Center, I did an analysis. At one time, we had another site that was between Sunset Center and where this current site is. We did an analysis of that. We were able to drop that application for that site because Sunset Center does cover a little bit further in this direction due to the elevation. However, it did not cover far enough west to eliminate the need for this site. So that is something we did look at it. Our tools are very accurate when it comes to this. They've been developed over Verizon's 30-something years in doing RF propagation and analysis, and they're some of the best in the industry. So I can say with confidence that that has been looked at, and there is a valid need for this site. Any questions?
Okay, I don't see any. Mr. Shubin, is all your responses?
We have one more point. I'd like Mr. Albritton to discuss how post-installation testing is provided in some jurisdictions. San Francisco, for one, it is a condition that we've accepted in Pacific Grove as well. There was a comment regarding testing. Paul, would you like to take that?
Paul, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Zoom. Yes. Now we can hear
my audio.
you.
Okay, thanks. Sorry about that. Do you have my video? Yes.
Yes,
Paul Albritton,
yes.
Outside Counsel, once again, apologies for that. The question was, Pete, the question was related to
Post-installation testing.
Thank you very much. So I'll just be very brief on that particular point. There is a condition of approval, I believe it's condition of approval 9, you can correct me, that requires us to enter into an agreement with the city regarding post-installation testing. Verizon Wireless and Raj Mathur's firm would be doing testing subsequent to the installation of the facility to confirm it complies with FCC standards. And the condition of approval goes on from there to require an agreement between the city and Verizon regarding any necessary future testing. We're very confident that the facility will comply. And in fact, Raj can comment, their analysis is a worst case scenario. And as a result, usually the testing is far below the actual maximum exposure levels that are calculated under the FCC formulas by Raj Mathur and his firm. I want to comment, if I can, a few moments on just very quickly that as Pete made clear to you, there are very few locations now under your current code where we could place this facility. There was a concern that this would create some rampant growth of small cells in Carmel. As we pointed out, this is the only application that we currently have and plan to have in the near future for Carmel. We're not aware of any other carriers planning facilities in Carmel. But even if they did, they would have to be up against your code that doesn't allow facilities except in extremely limited locations. Finally, with respect to the counsel for the hotel, with all professional due courtesy, the telephone pole is there already. And the impacts to the hotel really are just with respect to the extension of the hotel, of the pole over the 11 feet over the top of the hotel. It's really not going to have the kind of impact we believe that they're discussing. But secondly, she said Mill Valley. I happen to be from Marin County, and I can tell you that there are no small cells in Mill Valley. Neither AT&T nor Verizon Wireless have small cells in Mill Valley. So some complaint that somehow that they've destroyed Mill Valley is completely erroneous. I cannot speak to La Jolla. And that's the only comments that I had. Thank you.
Okay, I need to ask one question because it came up. Are you amiable to an extension of time on this permit application?
For what purpose?
For the purpose stated by the public. I'm just asking. As I understand it, because of the requirements, we have a certain amount of time and the applicant is the only one who could grant a time extension. So I'm just asking you if you are agreeable to a time extension.
I have to say, Paul Albritton here, outside counsel, Verizon Wireless. And Trip May can contribute to this conversation. With the battery backup that's been included and the height of this particular facility, it does not qualify under the FCC small cell order for the shorter time frame. We are on a longer time frame, and we believe the shot clock doesn't expire until October.
Till October.
Trip, do you want? I think it's October 19th. I don't want to mislead you, but that's how we are calculating the shot clock for this application.
Through the chair, I would like to ask a question. So, Paul, are you agreeing that the 150-day shot clock for new facilities not applicable to small wireless facilities applies in this case?
Yeah, we believe that's the case. We're over 51 feet. We're over with the ground cabinet. We're over 28 cubic feet. We're putting in a new. So we believe that it's 150 days.
Well, this is Brian Pierrick. Let me ask a question. So then, Paul, it's Verizon's view that the shot clock doesn't expire till October 19th. So if that's the case, then if the commission wished to put this matter over until their meeting in September, Verizon would have no objection to that.
Well, those are two different things, right? I don't think you have to ask us, is really what I'm saying. And Pete, maybe you can confirm the date that I gave to you for that previously for the shot clock. If we were under a tight shot clock, then you would have to ask our permission. At this point, you don't have to ask our permission. As a general matter, as you know, this location, and in fact, this design was before the city council over a year ago. And so our original applications go back to 2017. And we feel that we've been working in good faith with the city in order to get these applications approved. The need is there, the demand is there. I'm sure the need is there today. I can't imagine how many people are trying to navigate around Carmel that could benefit from this service. So Verizon Wireless is anxious to move forward and have this facility approved and constructed. We don't know what questions could be answered beyond what we've provided today.
So your preference would be for the decision to be made tonight, but
yes.
If the city planning commission would have the opportunity to consider this matter sometime between now and October 19th, if that was their direction.
Yeah, at their discretion. Again, I don't think there's anything to be learned about RF emissions or any of the many concerns that were heard this evening. And that this location and design has been vetted at great length.
Okay, I wasn't trying to argue the issue. I just wanted to clarify that if that timeline. So thank you.
Mr. Chair, could I actually add something for our city attorney and for Trip? Also, just to add to the calendar soup, I just want to recall that there is still an encroachment permit that needs to be processed to the city council, and there are appeal periods following the planning commission decision. So I don't know if Trip or Brian want to weigh in on that, how that would add to the end of the shot clock period.
Well, I think I'll try to speak to that. What is the date if you're meeting in September?
The planning commission would meet on September 8th.
So in theory, doing the math, if for whatever reason the planning commission wanted to put this over to the September 8th meeting, and then the appeal period is it 10 days or 15?
10 days, but it has to go to the city council anyway. So the city council meeting would be October 4th.
Notification center, iPad, Zoom, 8:30, voiceover off.
And September 8th, well, that would be if there was an appeal.
Well, it has to go to the city. Yeah, true. It has to go to the city council for approval of the encroachment permit one way or the other.
Right. So I'm doing the math here. It sounds like it could be put over to the September 8th planning commission meeting for the decision. And then there would be time to take the encroachment permit to the council at their meeting in October, and we would still be within the October 19th time period.
With the appeal period, the 10-day appeal period included.
And it's a 10 working day, just to clarify.
10 working days. Okay. All right. I think that's been clarified. Thank you.
Well, what would 10 working days be from September 8th?
I'll get my calendar up here. Take a look. Okay, we're on the 8th. When
I make it as the 21st of September.
Yeah, I agree.
So we're actually over, huh? We're over by a couple days.
Well, I think the 21st of September, that would still give time to notice for the October 4th.
It would be 10. It's October 4th, so it would be 10 working days from the 4th. That's the appeal period, right? So you've got 4 left in that week, then you've got 5. So the appeal period, according to my calculations, would expire on the 18th of October.
Well, so the city council decision is not appealable. That's a final administrative.
Oh, it's not. Okay. All right. Okay. So the only appealable decision is the planning commission.
Yeah. So if I could, maybe let me just try to recapitulate that really quick. So if the commission wanted to put this over to September 8th, the decision then would be appealable. There's a 10 business day or working day appeal period, which would end on the 21st of September. The following city council meeting is October 4th, Tuesday, October 4th. Our public notice would need to be in the paper on the 23rd of September, which we would have time for that. And then the city council decision on the 4th, either for the encroachment permit or the appeal of the planning commission's decision, would be final because it would be the exhaustion of the administrative remedies here in the city. Of course, lawsuits would still be on the table at that point, but there's no appeals after the city council decision.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may help, I could clarify this for you.
Yes, Mr. Shubin.
Mr. Albritton had asked me earlier to verify the date. That was a smart thing to do because he was off by a month. We filed this at the end of March. The notice of incomplete from the city was timely. It came in on day 30. So the shot clock had stopped until we refiled. Based on our refiling date of July 21st, the shot clock will currently run on November 18th. So the schedule that you just discussed will work.
Okay, thank you. So I guess that's been confirmed now. All right, I think we
I do have one more request with regard to a continuance.
Okay.
And it's not to be argumentative. It's to allow us to be useful with a continuance. What would the commission like us to do with the extra time to provide the additional information?
At this time, I can't answer that question because the commission hasn't made their comments. All I was trying to do is determine if there was time, if that was available to the commission. For the commission
Understood.
to have a coherent discussion or complete discussion, they need to know all the options that are available to them. So that was the intent of me asking that question.
Understood. Thank you.
Right. Okay. All right. So I'm assuming all your responses have been made and we've clarified the shot clock date. And I'm going to close the public comments and I'm going to open it up to the commission for discussion and comments. So we'll go. I'm just going to ask somebody to go first. If you don't want to go first, that's fine. Commissioner Dells has his hand up. So I commend him for jumping in.
Somebody has to start. I'll start by saying thank you to staff for doing your job and doing it well. To all these fine people from Verizon for you doing your job and doing it well. Your motivations are to provide better service to your customers, and I applaud that sincerely. Thank you to the public for civility and in many cases being informative. Whether it's fact or opinion, it's still helpful to hear from you. And as I said a month ago on the Sunset application, I hear you and I share many, many concerns about the impacts on us of this ubiquitous network and take very seriously any decision involving it. I want to go back to the Sunset approval and contrast it with this one. What you've heard me start to use my own thought process of, okay, what's my job here? And again, as a planning commission, I think our job is to apply the zoning of our city and or sometimes change the zoning, but but the other hat that we wear is essentially the design review hat, which is, you know, one of aesthetics. On the sunset matter, my view was first looking at the zoning. The zoning was quite clear, quite unambiguous, that wireless infrastructure is allowed in the zoning district that the Sunset Center is in. And in fact, the proposed facility was smack dab in the middle of that district. So it was, you know, for the common person to understand that zoning, I thought was pretty clear. And then from an aesthetic standpoint, I thought everybody went to great lengths to really just hide the facility significantly. And I believe I said I found the aesthetics somewhat benign in that it ended up being just a small chimney looking thing coming out of the Sunset Center. On this one, applying the same process, I don't get to the same answer. From a zoning standpoint, I think the zoning is not as clear as it was, at least in that thing. And again, I'm just applying the common person view of this. The fact that, you know, the public right-of-way is sort of attached to an adjacent zoning district, I don't think is obvious to most people at all. And, you know, furthermore, in this case that we've got, and I learned something here, that, you know, the next telephone or the next utility pole to the south is actually zoned R1. So that, you know, that we have individual utility poles that have different zoning is difficult. And I think that's very difficult for our citizens to understand that different utility poles are zoned differently. So I find that it's hard, it's vague from a zoning standpoint. So I can't just enthusiastically say, yes, this meets the zoning. From an aesthetic standpoint, I do not find this aesthetically pleasing at all. I don't think it is consistent with the community, with the surrounding community. I honestly spent half hour out there with my dog yesterday looking at the utility pole, which is an interesting behavior, but just kind of trying to say, all right, it's already ugly. How can I make it more ugly? And make it 20% taller and hang a bunch of stuff on it makes it a lot uglier. And then put two big boxes on the sidewalk in front of it. And I think it really is damaging to the character of that community, of that neighborhood, of that residential neighborhood. The other thing I'll say, and one of the people in the public mentioned it, that it's back to zoning again, that, well, you know, these facilities are discouraged in the public right of way. And I think they should be discouraged for a reason. Because I think it just adds to the clutter and the inconsistency. But I also believe in this particular case that by putting a wireless antenna on a utility pole that is zoned, you know, not R1, well, that antenna is essentially, I'll use the technical term, spewing right across the street into the R1. And I really think there's an argument that it is, if you don't believe it is in not in the R1 district, that it is affecting the R1 district. So I find it very difficult to support this. And I think I would like to meet the substantial evidence standard and say that this is just not consistent with our design guidelines. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Dills. Commissioner Lehman, would you like to make some comments?
Sure. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Dills, for starting us off. I, at the city council meeting last month, but this month, about a week ago, there was another project that was really truly upsetting a lot of people in the town. And I was so pleased to see that that the council, including the mayor, voted against this project going forward. And there were some words spoken by several of the council members, and what they said is, we have to be listening to the residents, because these are the people we're in essence working for. I mean, that's what I'm here for, to represent the community. And I'm hearing them loud and clear, and I'm reading the letters. And I may not agree with the science that's quoted by some of the people in the letters, because it's not that informed. But I am appalled that we would even think of allowing this in what is really an R1 district. I realize the hotel has a different zoning, and the hotel is historic. It's a beautiful building, and I think this causes. In fact, I was surprised that we hadn't heard from the hotel prior to the meeting, when their representative, their in-house attorney, spoke. And I was glad for that, because I felt like the hotel was really being damaged by this. As I looked up and saw an open window, not 8 feet away from the pole, I thought, well, that's one room that's not going to get rented very often. And I'm sure it affected, and as their council noted, that many rooms would be affected along with their outside terrace. The aesthetics of that pole with the additions to it are horrendous. I felt pushed against the wall when we were told, in essence, that we had to approve the tower on Sunset Center. And I came into this meeting feeling pushed to the wall again. And then all of a sudden the wall opened up in the last 15 minutes, really, where my question earlier today to staff was, why can't we continue this? And the response I got was, well, the shot clock. We had this whole shot clock thing before. Well, the shot clock was really put on not by us, not by our council, not by our mayor, but by the people that want to put up this tower. And I don't have objections to 5G, but I do have objection to having this tower in any of the R1 neighborhoods of Carmel, because we are a small town. We're only 1 mile square, and certainly we can get adequate coverage by putting these towers outside in the heavily commercial areas of the county. So that's about all I've got.
Thank you, Commissioner Lehman. Commissioner Locke, would you like to make your comments?
Yes, I think my other commissioners have made a number of important points. I live in an R4 area, so when we start moving things into the town, they're coming into my neighborhood too. So I think we need to think about the fact that we have a number of residents in our downtown areas as well as in the R1 areas. I think my big thing is that I can just add to what's already been said. Chapter 17.46 of our code, which is the telecommunications and wireless facilities. And this is in our staff report, and the staff analysis sets forth the design review standards for wireless communication facilities. And then it says, the preferred installations are visually indistinguishable from the buildings to which they are attached or located behind parapet walls or on roof areas where they're not visible to the public. And associated equipment should be located inside existing buildings or underground. This proposed cell tower does not meet any of those at this point. So I personally think that if we don't take, well, I would suggest we continue the item to allow the public to have time for more input, as well as for the Planning Commission to have additional time to carefully consider the application. As planning commissioners, you know, we don't receive our packets until Friday before our meetings. And we've had a considerable amount of input from the public on this item, including several emails that came in after our meeting started this evening. So I think it would just be appropriate for us to allow our residents and citizens and whoever else is interested in input to have a little more time, and for us to have a little more time to look at all of what has been presented at this point. I do want to compliment the Verizon representatives. I think the information that was provided today was extremely helpful. I mean, I understand that you are representing Verizon, but I also think that the answers that we received, as well as the answers from our special counsel and legal counsel, were very helpful to me. So I just want to say thank you to that. But my recommendation would be that we continue this, since we now know we can do that.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Locke. I think we're moving towards a continuation of this. The representative asked me why the continuation, and I want to answer that. And I think there's a couple of reasons. One of the things that I heard here is that we have a sort of a narrow decision-making process here. We really can't make a decision based on the health standards that's set by the FCC. It's also a function of the testing that has to be provided to the city that these installation would meet the FCC requirements. So that's pretty much set. Our focus is basically on design review here. And I agree. I think it was Commissioner Delph said this doesn't really meet our design guidelines. I mean, it's the box that's hanging down on the pole 11 feet off the ground is just right out there, you know, not adding anything and detracting from the installation. The antenna up on top of the pole, I don't have as much trouble with. It's up in the air. It kind of emulates the diameter of the pole. But the equipment that's on the ground, that's problematic too. I didn't see a real good presentation by staff of how to mitigate the impacts of that equipment visually, or make it tie into the character of our village. You know, that's what we're entrusted with, is maintaining the character of our village. So the direction that I think needs to be given to the applicant is they need to come back with a better way to mitigate the visual impacts of this installation. So having said that, I would entertain a continuation of this to our next meeting. A motion to continue this.
I'd love to make that motion. So yeah, I would move that we continue the DR and use permit 21-115 Verizon Wireless on Carmelo to our September regular meeting.
Mr. Chair, can I request as part of the motion that we get direction on what staff or the applicant should work on between now and then?
Yeah, you want to include some direction there in your motion?
Yeah, and I think that it was just as part of that motion that they provide better information on how to mitigate the equipment that will be both on the pole and on the ground. And I think that's pretty much what we wanted to hear. Is that, am I missing anything on that?
No, I think the continuation gives the public the time that they requested for whatever reason. But like I said, the scope of our jurisdiction is primarily the design of this. And what I heard from all the commissioners was that the design is presented doesn't meet our guidelines and the character of our community. So that's the direction, the primary direction, and the reason for the continuation.
Yes.
I second that.
You second, Commissioner Levy, did you second that?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Okay, we have a motion to continue this item to a date certain, which would be our September 8th meeting, with direction to the applicant that they come back with a design that is more supported and supports the character of our community. As
Can I offer one thing? I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
I know I'm going to be in the central time zone in September, so 2 hours ahead. And Chris and Commissioner Bolton was not here today, so I think it's important that we have consistency. Is there any possibility of perhaps starting the meeting at 3?
Because of your time constraints?
It is
on that day.
Time constraint, and I feel if I'm dealing with it at 11 o'clock at night, I'll even be less effective than in this time zone.
Mr. Chair, if you're not inclined to change the meeting time, which most people are used to at this point, we could agree to agendize this as the first public item on the agenda for that meeting.
And that's fine. I was just trying to bias.
Does that work for you, Commissioner Dels?
I think it'll work, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Chair, there is another question. I don't think technically you've closed the public hearing. I mean, you did say that there wouldn't be further comment because you were bringing it back to the commission for discussion, and to make that clear. But Brandon will know about this as well. The reason I'm speaking now is that if you leave the public hearing open now, and then you continue the matter with your motion to continue, you would not need to renotice the hearing for September. However, having said that, given the comments that we've heard about some public members not knowing about it, you might want to renotice it anyway. So I think I would ask Brandon to weigh in on that.
Our intention, thank you, Councilor, that's a great point. My intention would be to renotice this and to use not only our paper notice like we normally do and use our postcards, but I think we'll make sure that we mention in our Friday letter, which is another tool that the city uses to communicate to people, that this will be on the September hearing as well, which is sort of going over and above to make sure that people are aware.
Well, I apologize if I wasn't clear, but it was my intention that when I started the comments with the commissioners, that the public comments that was closed. So I'm stating officially at this time that the public comments are closed, so that there will be a noticing for our next meeting, a noticing requirement. Does that meet your legal concern?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
And since Brandon said he's going to renotice it anyway, it's all the bases.
Yeah, well, I want all the bases covered on that because.
But we will take comments at the next meeting, right?
Absolutely. But I want the public to be made aware of the next meeting to the fullest extent that we can. Okay. Is there any? We have a motion to continue it with the direction that's been given. Is there any further discussion on this matter? Okay, hearing none, roll call, please.
Commissioner Dels?
Yes.
Commissioner Lehman?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
Chair LePage?
Yes, motion is continued. The motion is passed to continue. Okay, thank you. That concludes the public hearings on tonight's agenda. Do we have any report from the director?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of quick items. Next month, one of the things coming back to you, we talked about doing it this month, but just given workload, it didn't happen. I'll be bringing back a modification to the Planning Commission's rules of procedure for how the tours work. Remember, we discussed that a couple of meetings ago, which items need to have tours and which items don't. So we're doing that next month. Also next month, we'll be looking at the sign ordinance, a draft sign ordinance for the Planning Commission to provide recommendation to the City Council. So just giving you some heads up on some of the bigger conversations, obviously, now that we know this item's coming back in September as well. With all that being said, I just want to mention that right now, the plan is for September to be in-person meetings again with a hybrid option. That is subject to change. I see Commissioner Locke's face. That is subject to change based on what's going on. But right now, that's the direction from City Council, is that meetings are in person with a hybrid option. So Zoom will still be available for those that don't. I see Commissioner Locke has her hand up.
I do have a question.
You have a comment or a question?
Yeah, if you go back to in-person meetings and I'm wearing a mask in person because I don't want to be out there, you're not going to be able to see my face, whatever is going on. I think the other thing is that a city hall has made a policy that says you have to wear a mask when you're in the building. That really means all of your commissioners have to wear a mask when they're in the building as well. So I just want you guys to consider that.
That is correct. And so will everyone who comes in the building to participate in the meeting and testifies in front of the commission will also have to wear a mask. And that was a conversation at the last City Council meeting. Like I said, they are keeping an eye on that, the mayor and the vice mayor, because they set the agendas. But there was definitely concern about how that would be managed. So I'll keep the commission posted on that. But right now, our marching orders from City Council is that September is going to be a hybrid meeting until otherwise notified. So I just want to make everyone aware of that. And that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
So Brandon, you are saying that we can still get onto the meeting via Zoom?
That would the concept from the City Council would be that the actual board members, or Historic Resources Board, Planning Commission, F&B, Forest and Beach, those people would be in person. The meetings are going to be in person, meaning that the decision makers and staff will be there in person, and the public will be able to come and interact with them in person. The remote participation is an option for the public right now,
but not for the commission.
That was not the direction we got from the City Council. That's correct.
Okay, I won't be there in September. I can join by Zoom, but I can't be there.
And what kind of protection have you set up? Have they set up the plastic partitions?
They are setting up partitions. Obviously, if you don't have a mask, one will be provided to you. We are working right now with our city attorney and our HR department to make sure we can take as many precautions as possible with respect to requiring masks, proof of vaccination, things like that. There have been conversations about a separate room, maybe in the lobby, because there's a television out there for people that can't provide proof of vaccination or don't want to wear a mask. So that is all very much in process.
Brandon, if the city's requiring masks to come in the building, how can you allow people to be in the building without a mask?
I can answer that one.
Yeah, no, it's a fair question. I'll let Brian take that, because we definitely have had this conversation at City Council a couple of times now.
Yeah, we have. And the county is encouraging, and the state are encouraging masks, but not requiring it. So the research that I've done indicates that I believe the city, under the Brown Act, you have a requirement to allow the public to observe your meeting and to comment at the meeting. And based on some research that I've done recently, it's my conclusion that if someone, that you can have a requirement to wear a mask to attend the meeting. We don't need to use the lobby as a secondary location for people that aren't wearing masks. And that we can satisfy the requirements of the Brown Act by having the public observe the meeting through streaming. And also they can comment either via Zoom or by telephone. So they're able both to observe the meeting and to make comment. And if they can't wear a mask for medical reasons, perhaps respiratory issues, or if they just prefer not to wear a mask, they still have the opportunity to attend. So it's my opinion that you can require a mask, provided that you still provide the public the opportunity to observe the meeting and to comment. And my understanding is that those opportunities would be available.
Thanks, Brian. Yeah, this is so by the moment that that was an unanswered question as of last Tuesday. So Brian just had that answer. He must have been doing his research since last Tuesday. So thank you, Brian, so much for being here, because I wouldn't have known the answer to that.
Right.
But yeah, we'll definitely keep the commission apprised of what direction we get from the city council.
Okay. Any other questions on this matter? I'm going to adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, everybody.
See you soon. Bye.